happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. It is time for us to get into the final day of Super Weekend Play. It is going to be an absolute banger of a day. And of course, with me here today is going to be Tickle Tick. Sam, how you doing today?
I'm good. I'm so excited for the final day of the Super Weekend because at the end of today, after 5 games, we're going to find out which teams are making it through to our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait to see these teams step up onto the battlefield. As we know, they've been just absolutely grinding their butts off, not only in this past Super Weekend, but also in all the days leading up to this final push. And I mean, we've seen some really impressive performances coming through from the teams looking to step it up. We had those strong efforts being put in by the players from SWAT 69, as well as Mad Knight, just on those first 2 days. But of course, it's all going to come down to what they're going to be bringing in on this final day, their last opportunity to bring in those points. And it is still going to be quite a bit of a chase situation coming in here.
I like to be a realistic commentator, so sometimes I get a little bit of flack, but I don't think, unless SWAT 69 or Mad Knights pull a chicken dinner in all 5 of our games today, I don't think they'll be making the finals. The team, though, that has the potential to knock out a team and make it into the top 16 is, of course, PMPL Esports. So they're the team that I'm going to be keeping an eye out on because ultimately they can do this. And we saw how well they did in the first 2 days of Super Weekend. Consistency, that's what gets you the points. That's what ultimately pays the bills because you can get into the finals and win some money. So PMPL Esports, if they can be consistent today, they will potentially knock out one of the teams. Because, of course, DK, there's 2 teams who aren't playing, so they're going to be watching very closely today. They're currently in the top 16, but that spot, one of their spots at least, is up for grabs.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the sweaty day coming in here. But of course, you were talking about paying the bills, and we have to do exactly that. So, of course, a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, I have to agree with what you've been saying so far about the potential coming in for PMPL Esports, looking to catch up to the players coming through from YONKOUS and Master Esports, position just up ahead of them. But before we get further into that, we are going to be taking a quick look at the format, just to remind the viewers, we know there's been a few days since we were last here with the action. Of course, we are right on the final day of Super Weekend. The top 16 teams coming through from the last week of league play. They are going to be playing it out across the 5 matches, and it is the last 5. 10 matches done, and today is going to be the do or die day, right?
Today is the do or die day. Obviously, you want to get into the top 16. You want to play in the finals. That gives you a chance to grab some of the prize money, which we'll take a look at in a little bit. So it is up to today to ultimately make the top 16. Now, I believe about 14 or 15 of our teams have already done that. They've known that they have their spot, but there is still one more spot up for grabs. Saying that as well, it's important to get points. You want to be confident. You want to make sure that even if you know you're guaranteed a spot, maybe you're one of the top 4 teams, you still want to finish on a high. You want to finish with as many points as possible. And of course, you can see now on your screen exactly how to do that. It's all about those placements. It's about finishing in the end game. And of course, being as aggressive as you can, because one elimination gets you a point as well.
Yeah, that pairing is going to be absolutely essential. Like a good wine and good cheese go together exceptionally well. That is the same situation here with good placement points and good amount of eliminations coming in alongside that. Of course, as we know, the teams are going to be fighting their way through to get into the top 16 to make it up into the finals. But of course, looking at the finals, that's where the money is at. As we can see, the top 16 positions in finals being worth an extra additional amount of cash. Of course, winner chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, the last 5. up for grabs. It is going to be $500 on the table, so the teams can still at least look to bring in a little bit of that bank if they want to improve what their kind of current kitty, if we could call it that, is sitting on. But a lot of pressure is going to be coming through, and I do think that today is going to be very, very stressful for YONKOUS and Master Esports, seeing that they're not playing and looking at how close Triple Esports is to them on that leaderboard. But you know, who knows? Today can still hold anything, right? As you said before, if SWAT 69 are looking to catch up, we're gonna have to see 5 winner chicken dinners coming through from them. So it's gonna be some pretty high tensions. And of course, in case you guys forgot who the teams were, here is the whole beautiful list of our 16 teams participating in this last day of Super Weekend. We've got Tempo, we've got Umbra, Cryptics, Blackjack, we've got Darkness, SWAT 69 Virtual, 1 Million, Lusail, Zero Tolerance Skills, we've got Super Young Stars, Slime 4KT, Team Unique, Triple Esports, Intruder Africa, and then of course the players coming through there from Mad Knight. So at least one thing we can say, Sam, so far in the entirety of the PMPL Africa is that we've seen all the teams make their way into Super Weekend.
All of the teams have made their way into the Super Weekend. And I think the one thing, though, that I do want to point out, we're talking a lot about which teams will make it through. There is a team guaranteed a spot. You'll see in the overall rankings now, sitting in that number 1 spot, Cryptic Esports. Take a look at those points, the points difference between them and the second team, G3 Temper. They are more than 100 points ahead of everyone else. And that is a team that is going to feel very confident moving into finals because they have more than guaranteed their spot. And their performance has been incredible throughout the Super Weekends, DK. So we've got to give mad props to them.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane. 120, well, that is, yeah, 127 point lead that they've got. It is just insane. And they're almost 200 points ahead of the team sitting over in 8th place. So that is an insane amount of grinding that they've put in. We can see that looking at the amount of eliminations they've been able to find alongside the insane amount of placement points they've been able to garner so far. But ideally today also, we still want to see that winner chicken dinner coming to Umbra. The only team sitting in the top 8. No, the top 11, right? Without a winner chicken dinner. I mean, that speaks a lot of the consistency that we've been seeing coming through from Umbra. I mean, they've been able to kind of rub shoulders against all these teams sitting out on this first page, but they've not yet had the opportunity to secure that winner, to secure that chicken. And I mean, they've gotten so close. We've seen them run away with like a 20 bomb as well, but no chicken dinner. Who knows? Maybe today could be that day.
I don't know. I hoped and I prayed to the PUBG mobile gods, but now I'm not so sure. So they've definitely got a spot in the finals. So maybe the chicken dinner will count a little bit more then. Who knows? For now, I don't know, TK. That's what I'm going to say. But of course, it would be nice if they got it. So let's see. Taking a look now at the final teams here, you can see there right at the bottom. This is what we were talking about: Intruder Africa, Masters Esports, and YONKOUS. This is where it's going to get a little bit nerve-wracking for Masters and YONKOUS because they're not playing today. And if you take a look at the final page of the overall rankings, you'll see with YONKOUS sitting on 164 points, Triple Esports has the opportunity to push them out of the top 16. They're on 162. They just need 3 eliminations and they'll have done the job. SWAT 69 and Mad Knights, of course, they're not even in the triple digits yet on their points. So like we said earlier, in order for them to make the top 16, they will probably have to pull in 4, 5 chicken dinners. My maths is not good enough to do it, so I'm not going to hold out hope. As much as I believe miracles do happen, I think that we could be asking for a little bit too much from those 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is going to be at least 99 points for them to try and secure to get ahead of that position in which we currently see the players from Team YONKOUS who are the gatekeepers of the top 16. 98 points. It's not an impossibility. Is it likely? Well, we don't know. It is all going to be based on what the teams will be doing today. But I've got something to say, though, right? Because, I mean, the teams have now had a little bit of a chance, a little bit of an opportunity, right? Seeing that we've had a little break for teams to get themselves a little bit more focused on getting those VOD reviews done and potentially trying to bring in a few more strategies into this final day of play. So unless they've come up with an absolutely insane strategy that is going to be foolproof all the way through. Yeah, I'll be real and say it's going to be very unlikely for them to succeed.
I have a question for you, DK. So obviously I've come from PUBG on PC, PUBG Mobile. I've done a couple events with the European teams. This is my first PUBG Mobile Africa event. So I have to ask you, because I mean, you're obviously the voice of PUBG Mobile Africa. How many times have you seen a team come in and clock 4 or 5 chicken dinners in one game night?
I have in one previous event, one of the teams that's participating today have done exactly that. Well, they're already sitting higher up on the leaderboard, so they're not in a position where they have to do that again. But I've seen it happen, so I know it is possible. It's just whether or not it's going to be likely to happen. That's where it becomes a little bit of a catch.
I have a follow-up question. Was that team sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard at the time with double digits when everyone else was on triple?
Yeah, they were. So, I mean, it was absolutely mind blowing to see that happen. But like I said, it takes an immense amount of focus, an immense amount of effort to pull a move off like that. So, it is a possibility, but whether or not it's going to be likely, that's where it becomes a little bit of a different argument or different situation. Because based on what we've been seeing coming through from the players here of SWAT 69, yes, they've shown some great potential, but I'm not sure if that potential was enough to enable them to pull off such a crazy move.
So I'd actually like to put this out to the chat and to people watching. Are you with DK? Are you the optimistic one? Do you believe that this is possible? Or are you on my side and being a little bit more realistic about their chances, SWAT 69 and Mad Knights? I think that this is it's a fun debate that we can have to see where everyone sits. But it is going to be an interesting day. 5 games. And I'm curious, how do you think this is going to play out? Because so many of the teams are guaranteed their spots already. They know that they're in the finals. Do you think that they'll use this opportunity maybe to try some new strats, maybe to hot drop a couple of teams, maybe just to be a bit cheeky? Or do you think it's going to be a normal game day? They're just going to focus on playing the best possible game as they've been doing and getting some more points on the board, whether or not those points matter in the long run?
I do honestly think that the teams are still going to be chasing the chickens, right? We know that there's that extra cash tied to that. So so there is reason for them to still perform. There is reason for them to continue to push. Obviously, alongside that, we'll see an increase coming through with the points. As we know, the current positioning of the teams on the leaderboard, there's no monetary value connected to that. The only essential part is, of course, those 16 slots getting through into the finals. But as you've said, right, there's already 13 teams that 13, 14 teams that are pretty much ensured that they have their slots moving into the finals. But this is where I'm expecting things to be a little bit interesting today, right? Because they are now in a position where they can explore a few options, right? Potentially try out a strategy without having to worry about what the consequences of that strategy is going to be. They can see how it will work because they know these are pretty much the teams that they are going to be facing when they move into the final. So it's a good day, good play for them to come in to try those things out. And of course, if they do succeed in those strategies, they could also then be rewarded with walking away with that winner chicken dinner. So I do think it's like a win-win kind of situation. But if the teams are not going to be looking to fight to test out a few strategies or so, they could either just go super aggressive and just have a lot of fun, or they can play a little bit more of a calculated game, still trying to just garner a few of those points. So I think there's about 3 different ways that this could pan out today.
I do think everyone's hungry for a chicken dinner though, because of course that extra cash that comes with it is mighty attractive. So I think that they're going to be coming in, playing it strategic. We'll probably see a little bit of what we saw on the last time we were watching Super Weekend, that passive play right in the beginning, a little bit chilled, a little bit slow, and then getting very aggressive in the end game. If you want to take a look though at the schedule, it's going to be up on your screen in a little bit, so you know exactly what action you're getting today. We have got 5 games. I am so hyped for this. Erangel is one of my favorites. We get to see it 3 times. And then of course we move to Miramar and Sanhok. So consistency, DK, like we said, that's the name of the game. And not only consistency, but you've got to be consistent on every single map in play.
Yeah, that consistency, right? That is where that's where it's gonna be at today. But of course, you know, the usual setup with regards to the map. So the teams by this time being pretty accustomed to that rotation, and I'm curious to see if there's any dynamic changes that the teams will be looking to implement today. But of course, before we get too far away into these things, we have to also then give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, Sam, we're getting ready, closer. We're almost on that plane, looking to see where the teams are going to be going, what that flight path is going to be bringing, right? Now, I know before we said we don't want to see southern zones, right? We said we really don't want them. Okay?
I mean,
Remember, right? We said we really honestly don't want southern zones. And unfortunately, that was exactly what we got coming into our final match on the second day. But what are we looking for today? Do you want to see some more of that southern action? Or would you be okay with the zones heading elsewhere?
I would be okay. I'd like to see a few tricky zones just because I think that it really sort of separates the boys from the men or the girls from the women. And it allows teams to really showcase in those difficult situations when the zone is a little bit tricky, it allows them to showcase their ability a bit more. And I think that as they are trying to get themselves a spot in the grand finals, it's important that the best of the best get there. So I'd like to see a couple of tricky options. But for me today, my focus, like I said earlier, it's going to be on Triple Esports. That's where I'm going to be watching at all times. I want to see if they can do it. Maybe even in the first game, like we said, they need 3 eliminations and YONKOUS is out. That's really where I'm going to be focusing. So the zone will be interesting, but I think the most important thing is just to watch incredible PUBG Mobile action. That's what I'm looking for. I just want to see these teams pop off. It's their final day for some of them to showcase what they've got. And as much as I was being realistic about Mad Knights and SWAT 69, there's a very good chance that this is the last time we see them in PMPL because obviously they won't make the finals. So I'd like to see them really bring their best possible game and show us what they can do.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, today is going to be such a great opportunity for the teams to come in to leave their mark right here on the last day of Super Weekend. And as we know, like they could also be playing for pride, right? Saying like we were able to achieve this coming in on the Super Weekends. So there's a lot of different approaches the teams could be taking. And I'm excited to see which one it is that they are going to be opting for because we've discussed so many different options the teams could be looking for. But I'm also sure that there could be one that we've not even thought about. So, I mean, I'd love to hear what the people in chat have to say about that, whether or not we maybe missed the aspect that the teams could be coming in here with today. Love to hear what those thoughts are. You can also hit us up on social media. You can head over onto Facebook and Instagram. Look for the PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are. Who do you think will be the teams also then to pick up all the winner chicken dinners today? Do you think it is possible for SWAT 69 to pull off such an insane stunt? I mean, like, I low-key hope so for their part at least. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what it is that they bring into the battlefield. And of course, as we can see, Zam, we're getting ready for that Erangel action.
It's almost time to play, and I think it's before we get on the plane, I'd love to chat a bit about the level of performance that we've seen from these African teams. The first ever PMPL Africa. It is the final day of our final Super Weekend, and really every single one of these teams has come in here, done themselves proud, and I think it's a really exciting time for the future of PUBG Mobile in Africa.
Yeah, I've even said it in the first week of the PMPL itself, on the post that got sent out on Instagram, is that I'm so impressed with the level that the teams have brought into this PMPL, and it makes me so excited. So excited and so hopeful for the future of esports in Africa because they are just really playing absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, this is only the first. This is only the start of what is yet to come.
For sure, only the start, and we can see there the first game, we are good to go. The teams are starting to drop. That plane flying pretty much northern. I think we'll get a decent center zone, maybe. I'm taking a guess. You never know what the zone is going to do.
Yeah, now it's just going to be that sit around and wait to see where the teams are going to be looking to make their way on down. Already we've got the players there from the side of Intruder, as well as the Super Young Stars making their way over on towards that Sosnovka military island. Unique this time around not going to be pushing all the way up towards that potential Severny angle. Instead, they are going to be looking to push a little bit further down towards the southern side. Of course, G3 also heading over to their usual position. 1 million also following suit. Now, Sam, this is where I'm hoping on the one side, right, that we get a little bit of that hot drop action, but ideally, I'd like to see the teams kind of just respect the space for now, get themselves set up, because we all know what's at stake. It is going to be them just trying to, you know, fight their way through and make it up onto that final winner chicken dinner, or at least the first chicken dinner of the day. And of course, a Western zone. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nice. I mean, this is kind of what I was thinking. I think the zone's not going to play too big an issue on any of these teams. They know what they need to do. Now it's going to be about staying alive. So far, from a hot drop perspective, I'm not seeing anything too worrying just yet, but we are waiting for 1 million to see where they decide to land, because G3 is right there. Not a team I would want to face off against. When you're 1 million esports versus G3, that's not really something you want to do early on in the game. So hopefully they see that and move on a little bit. But for now, everyone just getting themselves into comfortable loot positions. Curious with the two teams down at the bottom in military, but not actually two teams we've seen drop there before. So interesting change for them.
Yeah, I mean, once the opportunity kind of presents itself, we do see teams, you know, just testing a few things out. But I mean, yeah, I have to say the zone is actually quite satisfying. Once again, though, we see the players from 1 million finding themselves relatively close to G3. I know those parachute, you can only fly so far. Then you're gonna have to land, as you have no other choice. Where, you know, your feet are on the ground, unless of course you want to run around with a parachute, but that's not an option coming into PUBG. But this is where we could see a little bit of a change up maybe coming through from the side of G3, because this has happened so many times. Once both these teams have the opportunity to drop over into Farm and Malta, we know that they drop a little bit closer together. So I'm curious to see what we could have coming through on that front line. You know, a little bit of a potential contention coming through between G3 and 1 million. But as we look up north, it is going to be the players here from Cryptics also now having the entirety of South George to themselves. They got the control of the container yard. They've got control of South George itself. So it is going to be a relatively cool and calm looting phase for a lot of these teams here.
Very chilled. Obviously, Cryptics needs to keep an eye because Lusail is to the north of them. I do see that 1 million is steadily moving away from G3 as well. So like we said earlier, a bit of a passive early start. No one wants to get into early engagements. Not on the final day when that money for the chickens is up for grabs. You kind of want to play it as chilled as possible, which is what we're seeing now. Everyone's just getting the gear that they need, making sure they've got the necessary med supplies, getting their utils, getting their guns, getting some bullets. I think it'll start off relatively chilled, no early engagements today, based on what we can see with where some of the teams have landed. But saying that, just takes a couple of moves, right? And maybe the action will begin.
Yeah, just a hop, skip, and a shoot, and then it's all downhill from there, right? Getting that snowball effect started. And, you know, it could happen at any point, but looking at the way the teams are currently moving about, I don't expect it to be happening anytime soon just yet, at least not in this phase, right? We maybe could see that starting to develop as we move into that second phase, you know, almost heading over into third, because the teams are still very much spread out, and a lot of them, as we've said before, you know, just taking it cool, calm, and collected, not going to be looking to do anything outlandish, no, at least not in the first to second phase, I think, right? But I mean, we do see a little bit of an interesting drop, though, coming through there from Skydo, from Zero Tolerance. We have Skydo just inching their way closer towards shooting range, and we know that we've got the players from Virtual Gaming also positioned way up north, so maybe there could be a little bit of information gathering happening there, but in general, Zero Tolerance, they've got a good setup center zone.
I think all the teams are in a good position and are keeping their distance from one another. What's exciting to talk about now is just what a great representation these teams are of Africa. We've seen such a great selection, some from Southern Africa, Northern Africa, throughout the continents. And obviously, if you're not from Africa, the continent is pretty big. So it's really impressive, because normally what happens in these sort of African finals is it's very much a focus on Southern African teams or Northern African teams. But I think what's great for PMPL is that we've seen a nice diverse mix of different countries being represented.
Yeah, there's a lot of diversity coming in here. I mean, we've got players from Morocco, Algeria, we've got Somalia, South Africa, as you've mentioned, we've got Mauritius, we've got players coming through from Egypt, Nigeria, Angola, we've got Zambia, as well as Madagascar. I mean, there's so many countries. Even Zimbabwe is in the mix, you know. So there's so many countries being represented here from across the African continent, and it's. I mean, I gotta say, I'm really proud to be part of this because, as you said, it's such a strong representation of not only you know, two regions or two parts of the continent. It's a very more balanced kind of approach coming in with all these teams participating.
100%. And of course, now we've seen a bit of a migration. You can't see it on your mini map, but we'll let you know that a lot of teams are moving towards Gatka, which is curious, moving out of Quarry as well. So there might be a couple of meetups very soon, just a hi, how are you doing? And then some changes, but obviously just trying to prepare themselves for where they think the zone may shift at some point.
Yeah, and of course we have Nacho the Explorer coming through from G3. Flying right in and amongst the players there from Mad Knight. And as we can see on screen currently, it is going to be the players here from the side of Unique. But no surprise to see Nacho getting taken down. As I've mentioned, Nacho was pushing right in between the 2-2 split coming through from Mad Knight. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate play coming for G3 there, as their scout has been pretty much stopped in their tracks. But they've been able to gather a decent amount of information regardless of what kind of transpired there. But now it all comes down to what G3 is going to be doing. As you can see them now on screen, moving into position. Unique also now being quite proactive here, already getting themselves set up, potentially looking for that engagement.
This is interesting because I think with the G3 scout going down, it's kind of given everyone else a little bit of an idea of where they're sitting. Unique has noticed that they're there. SWAT69 is also a player down. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but not good for them because obviously they are right at the bottom, like we said. So it'll be interesting. I wonder if G3 is going to be able to get their player up. Nachos, is he going to be able to be healed up, or are they going to take the risk, go to heal him, and possibly Unique's going to come in and pick them off? And look at this, Triple Esports is just behind Unique. So what could potentially happen here is if Unique takes the engagement with G3, that'll allow Triple to come in and third party at the end. So that could be a curious interaction that could happen, but also it might not. So I've just spent a good 30 seconds telling you something that might not happen, but it's something I'd like to see because I like a little bit of fun early on.
Yeah, that's also kind of our jobs at some point, right? Is to speculate as to what we think could be happening, and then we look to see whether or not that actually transpires. As the teams sometimes hear us, other times they don't. You know, we never know which way it is going to be going. But what we do know is that zone is, of course, going to be centering up just north of Puchinki. So an interesting shift coming through here, but this is where the positioning, especially for the teams sitting over on towards that southwestern side, it's going to be not even a little bit tricky. Now it's going to be almost, I would say, a little bit hard to try and pick a good spot to move into. Seeing that we've got Triple, Unique, G3, we've got the players there from Mad Knight, as well as also then the players right there up alongside them. There's so many players there, I can't really even make out the numbers or the names of who we have there.
This is going to be a contentious one because a lot of the teams are sort of all down in that southwestern side, and they're all going to be trying to move sand. So you can see most of them are in vehicles now heading that way, which means they're all going to start bumping heads. This is where the elbows come out. Everyone's going to be fighting for space, right?
Yeah, SWAT69, that was the one team I couldn't really make out. I should have known, right? Looking at those covers, at the colors. But now it is going to be down to what they will look to do with their current position. They got a lot of teams hold up in the vicinity. We already hear a few shots getting fired off. The players there from Intruder, of course, now just tapping away. We can see also Umbra situated on towards that northern side. But Chills are trying to get a little bit of a trade-off. Just trying to clear out their position up towards that church. And I do think at this point, holding the church could be quite favorable, particularly for Unique, seeing that they've been able to squeeze themselves in there. But I also think that it could be quite the point of contention, as you know, several other teams might be opting for that exact same position as well.
I think you have to be very aggressive if you choose to do that, just because, like you said, there's going to be other teams that are going to be coming for it, and they'll know that. These are all professional players. They've done this a lot. They must be aware it is going to be whoever gets there first is going to have to defend hard, which I do think a team like Unique can do. To be fair, they are very aggressive. Their aim is on point. They do some really good work. So maybe a good move from them early on just to claim that spot. Let's see.
Yeah, and we know to prove that they already have 2 winner-winner chicken dinners under their belt. So we know that they possess the ability to do that, but now they are going to be put to the test. So we got so many teams still looking to converge down onto that point. Umbra, meanwhile, also now looking to just apply a little bit of pressure coming in from that more northeastern side, but also just riding these ridges, right? There's not a super aggressive push. Of course, you can see one of the zero tolerance players also getting knocked on down. That is going to be Skydo. But now, let's see whether or not the players here from Virtual Gaming will be looking to just keep the aggression up and potentially maybe look to get a few of those eliminations coming through. Of course, Alphaluigi just going to be making sure that that vehicle can't be used to rotate out of there, but it's also now been converted into a beautiful slice of hardcover.
I do love how these teams are all having a go at one another, and earlier on we saw that player just trying to get out of the garage. Parks a little bit like I do in real life. So hopefully Tom has survived his parking fiasco there and been able to remove the vehicle. But now it is going to come down to people fighting for different spots, wanting to secure themselves up. I think territory is going to be up for play now.
Yeah, definitely, especially now with the zone starting to close on in. We'll see that next shift coming through as well. And already we see the players from Cryptics also just rolling in from the western side. And now they actually find themselves in a little bit of that zone. But what is going to be interesting here is seeing that the waterway is now cutting nearly straight through the center of the zone. So it's once again going to be a fight for north and south.
This is going to be, and the decision now needs to be where you want to situate yourself. So you've got to take a bit of a gamble, right, as to where you think the zone is going to shift, and then determine if you want to get across the water now or later. That's something that's going to happen. G3 not having a good time of it. Cryptics is getting very aggressive here. Another player down, Bowden over there, and I think Lazy Boy is going to get right in there and finish that off. They're just struggling today, which is weird because normally G3 is really good at doing their rotates, making sure they don't get themselves stuck in these early engagements, but not today, it seems. I just think where they landed didn't work for them, and the rotates haven't really been in their favor.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a strange rotation coming through from them. Maybe, like I said, maybe they're trying something else, right? Who knows? But they could still maybe bounce back from this, but they're going to have to play this one absolutely beautifully. As you can see, Setgay now just trying to laser on through. And the team should know if you do their venture over onto the western side, you are going to get lasered down by Cryptics. But Krabby Boy also now getting traded off. As you can see, Buden coming through with a beautiful play right there. So quickly they look to even out the board there. But it is now down to Buden. Flacco 6 broke down. Marshall rushing forward. This is now, where they fall down as Lazy Boy just nails that coffin shot and sends them backing. Beautiful play. No surprise to see that come through from Cryptics. Unfortunately, it was the side of G3 getting sent out first.
I really like the aggressive style that we saw from Cryptics, and that comes from confidence, right? When you know that you're more than 100 points ahead of the competition, you're going to be feeling confident about your play. That is exactly what we saw. Marshall just driving in there, yeeting in, if you like, because I've been waiting to use that word. Yeeted in there, knew that there were 3 members, did not care, was going to jump out and take them down, and that is exactly what we saw. That confidence, great for Cryptics, unfortunately not so great for G3. They've headed back to the lobby. But I think that this just showcases how good Cryptics is feeling about how they're playing and their style. And of course, like I said earlier, 100 points ahead of the competition, you can be as confident as you want and you can yeet in wherever you want.
You can play whatever it is that you want to play, but you know, the rest of the teams don't necessarily have themselves such a luxury. But of course, we are seeing a few of those hits continue to roll on in the feed. And it is now going to be Unique going toe-to-toe with the Super Young Stars, fighting, or rather contesting the position just here over on towards just south of the ruins. So definitely the compound. We've seen this particular compound being fought over time and time again. But now the zone is going to be determining whether or not the teams can actually afford to do that. And the answer is yes. Now, that is going to be prime real estate to be holding in the zone.
That is going to be prime real estate. A lot of teams to the north are going to have to move in. You can see this was where that gamble came in, right? You either choose south or north. The majority did choose south, so they're still standing. We've still got 15 teams. We're 15 minutes in. So it'll just come down to moving in now. But I think we'll see a lot more engagements as everyone moves. And as I say that, look at this, Mad Knights and Triple We know Mad Knight's style. They want to be aggressive, but Triple wants to stay alive because they need to get those points to get into the top 16.
Yep, they're going to look to try and play this one as calculated as they can. But now for at least this time, it needs to be a little bit more on the aggressive side. As we know, Mad Knight, they want to show Triple what they've got. And with that, Master sends out an absolutely beautiful nade, picking up that first knock. Oh, but up comes Lusail, adding in with the third-party hits. Now Thor getting ready to rush onto Beast. Will we see that trade-off come in? Oh, Beast picks it up. And now Triple Esports in a little bit of a worrying position here. They are down to only one remaining hopeful. Will this be now the play for Miramar? You can see, of course, Miramar quickly trying to deal with Wanted moving in. Salam also right there behind them. So Miramar needs to be... Oh, it is going to be... Oh, beautiful play coming in. Mad Knight still looking good, having a quick opportunity to get themselves reset. Salam looking to disengage, but now Miramar... Will they look to apply that last bit of pressure? It is going to be a 1v3, and ideally here, I mean, Triple Esports, I'd like to see them rather look to rotate back in towards zone, maybe along that southern side. Of course, getting into the vehicle is going to be quite tricky right now.
I think that Triple Esports needs to stay here and get a final pick. They've got one player. Maybe they can heal the other. They've just got 2 eliminations. That's 2 points. Remember, they were 2 points behind YONKOUS. They need one more pick, and they have made the top 16. What do you do here? If I was them, I would go for the pick. Then you've secured your spot in the top 16, DK. That's what they want. That's what they need. Do it.
Yeah, who can argue with that? But let's see what it is. So far, it does seem like Miramar just holding on to the position. Oh, I mean, Miramar might be looking to get their teammate back into this match. But now we'll have to keep an eye on that feed to see how that situation kind of unfolds.
The teammates
Meanwhile,
dropped. I'm just gonna, I know that you were busy. So Triple is down to 1. Miramar, it's all on your shoulders. One more pick, my friend, and you have just secured your team a spot in the grand finals.
Because at least for now, sitting with 2, they are tied with YONKOUS sitting on 164 points. So yes, one more to go. But now as we look down into the sunken city, it is going to be 0 tolerance, and the players from Umbra just looking to you know, fight it out. They wanna walk away with the trident, being in control of the city here. Of course, we do see Whiskey there from Darkness also holding that position. 1 million up in towards the north. We got the players from Virtual Gaming down south, so it is going to be a 5-way fight for control potentially of that sunken city. But who knows which way it is going to go. Of course, that zone will be giving us a little bit of a heads up the moment it shifts up once again.
This is now where we watch to see where it moves. That will determine where the teams need to position themselves for the fight. And look at that. Drops right down. What do you think of that zone?
That is just golden coming through now for Unique. SWAT 69 and the Super Young Stars. But it's going to be quite a bit of a challenging position now, especially rotating in as that region. There's not a lot of options. As we know, the main compound now still being occupied by Super Young Stars, and this is where they are going to be put to the test, looking to see if they can defend that position. But I'm expecting also quite a bit of chaos to be erupting over on towards that northern side, as we still have a rather congested region over there.
Before we chat about the game, for those of you that are curious about the teams that are going to make the top 16, Triple Esports is out of this game, but they have 4 more maps and they just need 1 more elimination, and they will have knocked YONKOUS out of the top 16 and guaranteed themselves a spot. So keep that in mind while they're not playing now. The 2 eliminations that they did get have basically tied them with YONKOUS, so 1 more elimination and they are in the top 16. YONKOUS is going to be watching that very closely. But let's get back to the action now. How are these teams doing? These are all these fights that we expected to come in as they all try and rotate into the new zone.
Yeah, of course, Intruder looking to push around that southern side again, pulling up right alongside the Super Young Stars. We can see they still have beautiful controlling angles coming into these compounds. So it's going to make it quite challenging now for Intruder to find a good position to move in, because just over on towards the eastern side, there's a lot of open spaces. Of course, now Blackjack and Umbra also going at each other. Both teams still having to rotate on through, but they are going to be looking to fight it out. Umbra still going to be looking to finish strong here. We want to see them come in with at least 1 winner and a chicken dinner somewhere today. Zayn going to be cooking up the nade, sending it on through. Oh, let's find anything. Oh, BRC Wasted about now to get ahead, as we see Wasted getting traded off. Lelouch down there they go as well. Zane still holding strong. Shadowin going in for the res on towards PRZ. Blue Zone just about to catch up. That nade dealing the necessary damage. Down goes PRZ. Zane now is trying to ride the edge. Tries to get the angle. There we go. Down goes Shadowin. And now it is up to Morteza to hold that position a little bit further down towards the side, as we can see on that southern edge. But now Zane making no. Gets taken down by that big bad Blue Zone. Very unfortunate play coming through here, and it is going to be the end for Blackjack. Cryptics also now having to make their way back into the lobby. Zero tolerance, of course, also just starting to light up that feed, but a lot of points of contention are starting to develop here.
You can see in this open space, the most important thing to do on this terrain is to use the crevices and the valleys, if you like, to your advantage. You can see a lot of these teams doing this, peeking up over the hills, running back down, using their utilities to potentially take out opposition on either side. SWAT 69 goes down, so there we go. No chicken dinner for them this time. And it's really, when you're playing in these spaces, using those dips in the terrain is the best possible way. And the teams that are still standing have done just that. And also, obviously, like I said, making sure that you're using your utilities to the best of your ability. You'll get to see a lot of that in action.
And now we can see there's going to be a few smokes being deployed here by Vortex, and the rest of the players coming through from Zero Tolerance. They're trying to get Hate back into the match. So Lord and Vortex are now on watch duty, but they have a little bit of a potential threat coming in alongside them. It is going to be Dexter there from the side of 1 million. Now as we look a little bit further on towards the zone itself, Super Young Stars coming in from the south. Intruder, Raouf holding their position on towards that more southern side, just ahead of the Super Young Stars, as you can see on the screen there. But now, oh, the bombardment comes through. Dexter is going to be looking to rush it, but also Slime 4KT will also be looking to pick up a few of those eliminations. Plaza now coming in with a cooked up nade. Down goes Dexter. 1 million is down. Vortex, the last hopeful now for the Saudi of Zero Tolerance. Up comes Slime. Oh, they want those points. Will they be able to get it? Though beautiful nade gets sent out. Unfortunately, not reaching all the way over to Zeus. Fortunately, those structures just really working out for them. But oh, that can't stop the spray coming through from Vortex. Ow! Just ripping it up, and with that, Slime gets sent on back.
Slime for KT, I actually thought that they had a really good plan going in there, and then you saw them using those nades, and I thought this is very clever. They were using the structures to their advantage. Unfortunately, I think just played their hand too soon. You saw one of their players aggressively go out to take the shot, and it backfired, and now they're back in the lobby thinking about that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do think there's a few strategies teams are thinking about, at least at this point. But now looking at the kind of congestion we've got coming into the zone, all the teams pretty much focus on towards the southwestern side. Got Unique just holding their positions on the edges here. Just want to play this one out. Want to see if any of those potential angles could be lining up. But I mean, Mad Knight, a little bit of an exposed position, but they're able to do wonders with it, as we can see those nades now getting sent on down. Joker, of course, getting traded off. Lashin up on the roof, but a very good play actually coming through here from Mad Knight.
Mad Knight looking really strong and confident. Maybe they're aiming for those 5 chicken dinners, DK.
Who knows? Only time will tell. It ain't over until the chicken sings. Let me know who has got it in hand. And with that, Agent 47 steps up with a beautiful hit right there on it towards Chills. And now the pressure is on to Scope, Exist, and Winky to keep the pressure up and maybe just get themselves into a little bit more of a secure position coming into the zone. They do have control of the west, and this is going to be an essential angle for them to hold. But as we've seen now, Mad Knight are going to be looking to challenge them for those positions. And this is now also where Super Young Stars find themselves in a little bit of a worrying angle, because they don't have a clear rotational path back in zone.
Which chickens sing when you cook them for dinner? That's what I want to know.
The PUBG one.
Sure, buddy. Okay, let's get into this now. The final 5 teams, the big firefight. You're going to have to use this terrain to your advantage. Clever use of the vehicles by Mad Knight just as some cover. They can really use these alongside some smokes, which will help Super Young Stars, though, doing the smoke action exactly as I spoke about. That's what you want to do. Mad Knight is out. The cars were not enough. The smokes were really what won that firefight for Super Young Stars. Team Unique, though, that's the team that I'm watching. I absolutely love the way Winky rotates around, and I'm curious to see how this plays out in an end game.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of pressure now coming through for the teams. You can see Chala, Super Young Stars, a good show of aggression coming in on Mad Knight, but now also one shot starting to send out those mollies, and with that, the Groza now being put to use as two knocks find their way on in. It is going to be Joker and Cronboy getting down for the time being. Now it turns to Chala to keep it all together. But one shot, not going to let that one slide just yet. Down to our final three teams we go. Virtual Gaming down to 2. It is going to be Petrox and one shot now rushing in for that position. Unique pushing on towards Super Young Stars as well. The confirmations come in, and with that, oh, it is now a fight between Unique and Virtual. Look at the shots coming through. Petrox stepping up, hit after hit, almost getting 2 knocks back to back. Now exists on the front line, taking several hits, and I mean, I'm absolutely amazed by Petrox just utilizing the strafing there alongside the terrain. Now quickly trying to get that race back into their teammate, and Chala now looking to use an opportunity to get the clean wipe in on Unique. Having to reload, of course, but with that, it is gonna be the end. Unique getting sent back in third. It is now a 1v2 play, but Virtual already on 12 eliminations here, Sam, and now Chala is going to feel that heat as we've got a one shot at Petrox rushing on forward. They pretty much know exactly where to go, and that is straight to the winner chicken dinner as they step up, claiming the first one for the day. Virtual Gaming adding their first winner chicken dinner onto the board, and this is what we love to see. Teams really looking to, kind of break the mold, and what a great way to kick off the first match.
Fantastic performance from Virtual Gaming. So what you saw there is Unique, for me, had the upper hand going into that final fight with the 3 teams. They had 4 players, 1 goes down. They still had the 3. And yet, because of that, I felt like they pushed too soon. So very, very confidently ran out, gave away their positions. And then, of course, Petrox just popped off. And sometimes that happens. You want to be aggressive, and there's one player who's just having a better day than you. Petrox was having that day. Took out, I think, pretty much all the players of Unique, albeit the last one. And that was it for Unique. And sometimes that's where aggression can be problematic in those final fights. When you get up and rush like that, you give away your position, you give the opposition a chance to take you down. Unique, that was their chicken dinner, and it was taken from them because of that early aggression. But talking about the aggression, look how it benefited Virtual. After Petrox had popped off, there was so much confidence within the squad. You could see that they had 2 players. They just ran straight at their Super Young Stars, did not stand a chance. Obviously, when they were finally down to 1 player, they knew exactly where that player was, and it was pretty easy. They were like wolves. Raptors, actually. Raptors are far more evil. Raptors going in and hunting. So great performance from them, and they're going to be super happy with that chicken dinner because it obviously means some extra cash in the bank.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising. Well, not surprising, but it is. We saw the importance of what information plays, right? Because we could see when the players from Virtual were rushing forward, they knew where to go because there was only one position left, right? They have the information, and they've kind of zeroed it out to where that position is. But I do believe that Unique, they were moving in and not necessarily having adequate information before taking those steps. So unfortunately, it went the way it went, but still a really strong performance coming through across the board. And, that zone, you asked for a little bit of a challenging shift. I do think it was somewhat of a challenging shift. Not the most insane shift, but it was also not a super comfortable shift coming in for the team. So, you got to commend that blue zone as well. Doing some fantastic things once again.
The blue zone always brings us a little bit of joy. It was a great zone, and also I like the terrain usage, and I think that that's important, is playing the terrain. Figuring out how to use the map is a really important one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights now of your first game. Final day of Super Weekend, and the big thing, DK, I mean, I keep harping back on it, and while we watch the highlights, we can chat about it. The point of it is Triple Esports is just tied with YONKOUS. 1 more elimination, and they're going to make it into the top 16.
So we did, of course, see with the in-game leaderboard being shown at the top that indeed the players there from Triple Esports were able to get themselves just ahead of YONKOUS. Both teams, of course, sitting on the exact same amount of points, but it is also then prioritized according to the placement points and those eliminations that they've been able to find. But now it comes the interesting part, Sam. It is looking to see whether or not Triple Esports will be able to also now surpass the position of Masters, and then it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse game coming in between them and Intruder Africa.
It's going to be an interesting one because obviously now you're going to be feeling confident. You don't want to finish as the 16th team. You want to finish as the 14th or 15th, just for your own confidence. It's all about the brain game now as you move into the finals. So it'll be curious to see what happens. For me, I think Triple Esports did a fantastic job today. And if you take a look at the match rankings, you'll see that as well with their 2 eliminations. I think it's good to get the job done early. That's what they did. But look at that, 13 elimination points from Virtual Gaming. Someone give Petrox a high five, though, because I think the majority of those came from him.
Yeah, and of course, this is the first winner chicken dinner for Virtual Gaming as well. So a really well-deserved chicken dinner coming in there. You know, kicking it off with 13 eliminations, coming in with a 28-pointer, definitely a good way to find your first winner chicken dinner. Still, Super Young Stars also putting in good effort. I mean, Team Unique, yes, they made it all the way up into third, but ideally we'd like to see, you know, everything working out a little bit more synced up, right? All that information getting sent back and forth. And I do think, had that been the case, we could have seen them sitting up in second position instead of the players there from Super Young Stars. Who knows? It could have gone either which way. Well, I'll take that back because 7 eliminations would probably still keep the Super Young Stars up in second. But either way, well played. Of course, Zero Tolerance with their 7 as well. But if we look a little bit further down, we see Mad Knight also still trying to bring in those numbers, right? Coming in with the 10 points there. Yeah, I mean, double digits, at least it's there.
Double digits, but it's still going to keep them in the double digits on their overall rankings, which is problematic. If you take a look, though, at the teams that finished towards the bottom of the table in this on the other page, interesting that a lot of the big names, Lusail, Cryptics, they all kind of didn't have a great first start. Umbra as well. You can see these are, I mean, even G3, these are some of the big teams that really just came out maybe not as dominating as we were expecting, but at the same time, they're so safe, DK. So for them, they have a chance to be a bit more risky, do a few more cheeky plays, and ultimately, you know, when you do that, you take the risk of being knocked out early on.
Yeah, that does definitely. That's very true. I don't know where my English was going on that one, but let's just say yes. Sam, you are correct in what you are saying right there. That makes more sense if I use, you know,
it's what everyone wants to hear. Just say it like that every time. That's exactly what anyone wants to hear.
Yes. All right. Okay, calm down.
It's my surname. My surname is right. Just by the way, I don't know if you know that. I'm just saying, Miss Right. There we go. I mean, she says someone will call out where I was wrong. It's fine. We'll go with that. So impressive first game. I'm quite excited to see some new names popping up and finishing up in the top 4, top 5. I think this is going to be an interesting one. Super excited about Triple Esports getting the job done early on. I was wondering if it was going to be a typical PUBG play and come down to the final game in the final zone, as normally is the case, but no. They decided that they were going to take the stress off of them and make sure that they got themselves into the grand finals early on.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful efforts coming through from the teams here. As you said, you know, getting the job done really early on, making sure that's out of the way. And all they can do then is focus on, you know, bringing in a lot of that PUBG in the remainder of the matches here today. So it's going to be exciting to see what the teams will be doing. But of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. So be sure to let us know on social media. You can head over to Facebook and Instagram, search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. And tell us what you think. Who do you think is going to be the next team to start, you know, raking in those winner chicken dinners? Because there's still 4 more up for grabs. And speaking about having things up for grabs, we also have our lucky draw.
We do have our lucky drop. It's happening in the live stream. You'll need to answer a question, and if you get it right, you potentially have a chance of winning one of these awesome drops, which is just going to make you so much better in game. I promise. It really does come down to that.
Only truth and facts coming out there from Sam. So
right,
100% true.
Right.
Yes. But of course, with that, we are now going to be getting ourselves ready to move into our second match. So that means we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few moments.
Or we'll just hang out here for a little bit longer, DK. I think we probably have a bit more of an opportunity to chat. So like I said earlier, I was quite impressed to see some of the bigger teams finishing at the bottom. Hopefully it doesn't happen on map number 2, but now we are going to a break.
up, guys? Welcome back. We're not even wasting time today. We're getting straight down to the action. As you can see, we are making our way right up in towards Miramar to see what the teams will bring in our second match. The flight path starting over on the western side, heading straight towards that southeastern side, pulling up alongside Puerto. But this is where it's time for that action once again. We've seen some really entertaining performances coming through on Miramar. And looking at where the flight path is, it could suggest that the teams are going to be in for quite the ride here, Sam.
I think quite the ride is coming if we got anything to go by from this flight path, so it'll be curious and interesting. I always wonder if you're a team when you're on the plane, when you see the flight path itself, if you start wondering, possibly trying to guess what you're in for, going, oh, we're in for a tough time, or saying, oh, this will be pretty simple. And that kind of determines where your drop spots are. As much as I say that a lot of these teams, they have their specific drop spots, they spend a lot of time as well, and I know this, strategizing as a team, speaking to a couple of the pro players, discussing. They have 4 or 5 specific drop spots. They talk about different flight paths and where they want to land, so they'll know exactly what they need to do. The problem comes in when another team has come up with a similar situation. As I say that, there's the zone. Not too bad, DK.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. And also not too bad of a start coming through for both Lusail and Slime. So you can see Zeus getting hit in the Thunderdome. But now it is up to the rest there of Slime to try and keep it together. But of course, we see Lusail and Slime just looking to bring in a little bit of that hot drop action.
A little bit of that hot drop action, and you should also hot drop right on in to the chat on Facebook and YouTube, because we've got lucky drops happening throughout today. You just need to answer one simple question and you could win.
Yes, indeed. Answer the question, you could be walking away with those skins we just saw. And as Sam said before, it is going to make you play better, or at least you're going to look better while you play. You know, take that with whatever you want, take it as you want. But it's out there. You know, we've said it. So now we look to see what Lusail and Storm are going to be doing here. And I mean, it's quite an interesting spot that we see Storm in there. The rest of the team, Aimer, Plaza, just holding a slight tad bit over on towards the western side. But I don't think that Storm is going to make it out of that bowl in one piece.
Definitely not. I think Lusail also has the high ground advantage. Look, quite a few teams have landed close together. Triple Esports and Mad Knights at it again. Early game engagements happening here. Mad Knights actually taking first blood. They're dropping down Beast. It looks like they're going to... It looks actually, yeah, Beast has taken down another Triple Esports player. That's not good. So Triple Esports down to 3 players once again. This happened to them earlier on in the first game as well. So Mad Knights coming in with the early fights, because you know how much they enjoy these, DK.
And you know how much we enjoy them enjoying this as well. But now we've seen a little bit of success coming through from Mad Knight, particularly on Picardo, right? Where they moved in and they were able to kind of clear it out. But now this time around, we know Triple Esports, they are going to be chasing to improve their standings on the overall leaderboard as well. There is now that position, as you said before, right? They don't want to be the team that finishes in 16th. They want to try and push it as far up as they can. But they're going to have to work their butts off if that is what they're aiming to do.
I mean, one more kill and they've sort of secured a 16th spot. At the end of the day, getting into the finals is getting into the finals, right? I think that for them, they know now that they are in the top 16, so they'll probably be feeling a little less pressured to make a big bang. Mad Knights, on the other hand, has a point to prove. They're probably not going to make the top 16, so it's much more important for them to finish strong.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there is the possibility still for Mad Knight or SWAT to pick up a chicken, right? Not that they're chasing anything, but they can chase those chickens, still looking to walk away with an extra additional bit coming through in the bank. It's going to take a lot of work, but first for Mad Knight, they're going to have to work their way through Triple Esports, and they've already been able to find that first elimination. But Lusail also finding a few.
I think Mad Knight and SWAT 69 possibly would just like the consolation prize of a chicken dinner because of the extra cash. So I do think that for them, they know now they're not making the finals. So in the back of their mind, let's just get a chicken dinner and we can put some more money in the bank. That'll be worth our while. But it is difficult as well as a team when you know you've lost your opportunity so early on to keep it together and continue to play. Look at that. Someone just naded themselves. Far more easier than fighting, right? Sometimes you just got to take the easy way out. Or it bounces back and, you know, you pretend it was all planned.
Of course, now speaking about bouncing back, we can see Master also just looking like they're bouncing around there on the bottom floor, but it is, of course, because they caught out on the edge. Oh, and up comes Agent 47. Unfortunately, down they go, that M249 just doing its thing there, quickly swapping over to the Tommy gun. And this is an interesting setup coming through from Master. Both weapons with
I just
some
want to
insane
interrupt you there,
rapid fire.
DK. I think that what's really important now is this is the opportunity for the finals. We knew that Triple Esports had made the top 16, but they were tied with YONKOUS. As of right now, they are 1 point ahead. So they have 100% earned that spot. And as I said, that they're going back to the lobby more than likely very soon. But you know what? They can go back to the lobby holding their heads high. They have done it. They did what was almost impossible, because when they started the first day of this third super weekend, it did not look like they were going to be able to play catch up. They had a big road ahead of them, and they've done just that. So congratulations to them. One elimination in the bank. They are definitely a point ahead of YONKOUS now. It's not tied, and they are in the top 16, which they were before this game. But it's important, just, you know, that 1 point makes all the difference to their mental performance, I'm sure.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you just said there, Sam. 100% facts getting spitted out right there. But,
I don't know if that was sarcasm, so let's just
no,
continue
you said that is exactly what I should say. So that is what I then just said. But now it comes down to Miramar to try and pick up a little bit more than just that 1 point that they've already got. We know if they get sent back now, there's no placement points that will be coming through. Of course, we see the players there from Umbra, also just venturing up into render distance. But it does seem like Miramar is now just going to be playing a serious case of a hide and seek, just trying to ride out the zone or these phases as long as they possibly can without getting discovered.
I do think it's interesting that it seems to me, I'm trying to figure out if Mad Knights is trying to find Miramar, or if they've decided to disengage and just carry on with their game. I'm hoping it's a disengagement. I've spoken about this so much during the Super Weekend. I felt like Mad Knight lost out on a lot of points because they insisted on taking those early fights. You have 3 eliminations, that's 3 points. Continue, move on. You do not need to find the last player. Just leave him. You go do what you need to do for the rest of the game, which I believe is what they're doing. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Or they're going to spend their time trying to run around the compounds, trying to find the player, and ultimately that'll probably lead to their demise, because I think there's other teams that are starting to sniff around. As I say that, of course, Intruder now getting in the cars. My favorite, a little bit of sim racing action in PUBG Mobile. Always a fun one. As he takes a swerve, let's see. I always like it when they drift. I'm hoping that Intruders will do a little bit of a drift for me. But obviously they can't hear me, so maybe not. But sim racing in PUBG Mobile, that's a little bit of fun, right?
Yeah, but you got to use the force, Sam. That's why, right? You got to use the force. That's how you imprint your idea into their heads.
Have we just gone from sim racing to Star Wars in the space of like all of 5 seconds? Fascinating.
I mean, what can I say, right? We're traveling at warp speed, so it's, you know.
That's
it
Star
just keeps
Trek
in
now.
change.
You can't just jump between all the nerd references, DK. It's too much for my small brain to handle. I just said I had a small brain. Oh, I'm gonna stop talking now. You'll have to cast the rest of this game.
Oh, first I need to catch my breath, because that was a good one. Well done. But of course, now we look to see where this next zone is going to be taking us. We have got the players there from SWAT69 still looking to rotate up that eastern side. But, I mean, center zone is where we see Unique and G3, at least for the time being. And that is still where they stay as the zone continues to move up north. But I'm interested to see that point of contention we have over on towards the southern side. I mean, those rotations out of Picardo will have to come through. But also then we've got 1 million Blackjack. And, of course, the players coming through from Intruder looking to push in through that graveyard region.
Yeah, it's gonna these rotates could cause a couple of head bashes early on. I think that Zero Tolerance has it nice. There's absolutely no one up where they are, and if I was them, I'd play the edge of the zone a little bit for now. They're in quite a good position. Obviously, they don't know that. They can't see the other teams. I know that for them. But they're sitting quite pretty, and I think that they could, if they potentially stick to the edge and stay up to the north, they could let a few of these teams pick one another off before they come in. So hopefully they send a scout out and see that and maybe take my advice. It won't be my advice. They wouldn't have heard me. But that would be the play to do for them, because they could definitely stay to the end game. For everyone else, there's going to be some elbow knocking coming in.
Yeah, and of course for Buren, it's going to be some vehicle explosions coming through there as Unique putting up quite a big effort to defend their region up north. But Flacco now is going to come swinging down on towards Scope. We can see Chills and Winky also just holding on to the edges of the compounds here. But, I mean, this time around, G3 coming in with a far wider rotation. They're not really looking to explore too many different options. We know for them, Miramar rather is a very, very strong map. So they kind of know what they're doing here. But now it's down to see whether or not they're going to be looking to just kind of snowball their way on through in the desert.
I'm curious that G3, this is the second time we've seen them get quite aggressive early on. So the last 2 days of this final super weekend, they played a very passive game at the start. They focused on their rotates. They removed themselves from any conflicts early on so that they could stay around till the end game. Different strategy today. They seem to be quite happy when if they see a team, they go for the fight, which is what you're seeing them now do with Unique. Of course, we saw this battle earlier on Erangel, and it didn't play in G3's favor. But it seems that they're just looking to be a bit more aggressive, maybe just clocking up some elimination points for whatever reason. The rotation's not as frequent as what we saw in the first 2 days, where they chose not to engage early.
Yeah, because I think they were playing it for the long game, right? And you can definitely see there's a different kind of I wouldn't say mind shift or mentality coming in, but it's not. It's okay. Maybe it is a mindset that's a little bit different coming into today, but ideally we'd love to still see that that consistent flow coming through from them, as well as they find themselves once again very much center zone alongside the players here from Unique. But now they're going to be careful because we got so many more teams looking to move in towards that more centralized region, as I do think kind of that water treatment area could be once again a little bit of a hot spot as the teams start making their way on through. But also speaking about teams making their way on through, Lusail now getting caught out in the blue. The Cryptics here also just getting themselves situated in. Lazy Boy already finding their position. Senke now also ready to move on in, and surprisingly the western side is also very cool and calm. Not a lot of crazy stuff really going on here. They do have Slime up ahead, as well as the players there from the Super Young Stars, and knowing Cryptics, they might actually just rotate all the way up towards those teams.
Look at that, nice and comfortable for G3. I think that they'll be happy with that. They have found themselves center as the zone shifts. You mentioned the mindset. I don't know so much if it was a change in mindset or just a change in pace. So they played quite passive games. Now they're being more aggressive. I think it's important for a top team to be able to do both. You need to adjust according to the game. So decide if you want to be aggressive, decide if you want to be passive, and play accordingly. G3, I'm not 100% sure the aggression worked for them on the first Erangel, but it could work for them here. And look where they're situated, nice and pretty in the center of the zone. They're in a good spot.
Yeah, and you're right once again. But here we go now. The team's continuing to roll on through. It is going to be Slime potentially now on the receiving end of Cryptics advances, but it does seem like Cryptics, they're not interested in going south. They are heading themselves all the way up towards the northern side. We also see 1 Million and Blackjack getting into a little bit of a scuffle over on towards this eastern side of the zone. Oh, beautiful nade coming through there from Reverb. It is now MG and Reverb on the front line, looking to keep the defenses high. They also have Lelouch alongside them. But let's see whether or not they'll be able to get the jump in on 1 Million. I mean, Lelouch definitely trying to play those angles. You can see that that kind of flanking coming through here. But it does seem like Knight and Eflex might be quite aware that there could be a little bit of danger coming in on the side. Meanwhile, oh, beautiful shots coming through as Lelouch now just capitalizes on that angle.
I love the way Blackjack Esports has set this up. I'm also a huge fan of nades into buildings. I think if you land those right, they're beautiful to watch, which sounds very dark, but there you go. Blackjack, though, they've set themselves up nicely. I think that they might be able to take this fight if they play it correctly. They do have a player down, though.
Yeah, Knight now trying everything they can to just get themselves out of the line of sight here. MG, of course, now hot on their heels. Nowhere else really to go for Knight. The first molly comes in, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road, as Blackjack now pick up a beautiful squad wipe there. 4 eliminations to their name. Down to 14 teams we go. And that blue zone is, of course, making its way on in once again. Everyone pretty much situated in zone, aside from Virtual Gaming and Umbra, who we see still fighting it out over in the southeast. But with that, the blows come in. Quite a few of the players from Virtual Gaming now getting put on down. It is up to Zeus now to just come swinging through. It is, of course, blue zone catching up now. So let's see whether or not Zeus will be able to get out of the situation.
Very similar situation to what we saw earlier with Blackjack Esports and 1 million. So obviously virtual gaming out of the competition. Umbra's been able to win that one. Both of these fights involve teams choosing to either secure themselves in a building and another team choosing to rush that building. In both cases, what we saw was the team choosing to rush came out successful. And that comes down to communication, knowing where players are, and not only knowing where they are, but being able to guess where they're going to move. And if you play the game enough, if you're a pro player, you know how you would move in a building when you can hear people. So you need to be able to guess that, especially when you're using nades to make sure you can take those players down. Both teams we saw there, Umbra and Blackjack, successfully doing that. And then it's easy pickings and you get those elimination points. And of course, elimination points add to your total tally. So the more points you get, the better for you.
Yes, sir, Bob. 100%. But now it is down to what the teams are going to be doing. I haven't said yes, sir, Bob in quite some time. But now let's see whether or not Darkness will be able to find a few of those angles onto SWAT 69. As they're coming through with their rotations. We can see Cheeky now looking a little bit cheeky over on towards the edge of zone. Blue zone not going to be wasting much time as it now starts to close on through those rotations. Now have to come in if SWAT is looking to make it into this next phase. And it does seem like they are looking to call the compounds on the edge of zone home, at least for the time being. But it's still going to be quite a bit of a challenging angle to be holding. Speaking about challenging, Umbra now just going to be flexing their angles here on towards Unique, who we see situated in zone. And usually we would see a team in the position of Unique actually looking to gatekeep. But it seems like Umbra are trying to blaze their way on through before coming in with the rotation.
I'm very curious about this. I felt like Unique should have been prepared for what was coming. You know, once you're in to watch the edges, there's always going to be teams coming, and yet they seemed almost surprised by Umbra's appearance.
Yeah, a little bit, I guess, right? But at least it wasn't an absolutely devastating play coming through from Unique. They still have 3 players left, and it does seem like Umbra kind of decided to rotate elsewhere, looking to push in on that eastern side now. And I mean, all the way up in towards the west, it is going to be the players here from Lusail, Zero Tolerance, and a little bit of that Cryptic spice potentially to find its way on through. So we can see Marshall also just hanging around, looking to see if they can pick up any third-party action. Boyka looking to smoke it up, wanted, of course, setting those heads through on towards Aimer. But now let's see, with Cryptics rolling up, this could take a little bit of a swing here.
Lots of fights happening on the edge, so lots of teams trying to get their picks as other teams try and rotate into the zone, which is what you would normally expect. I'm surprised that we're seeing it now. I would have thought a couple of these teams would have wanted to set themselves up nicely and just avoid the confrontation, but not the case today. We want violence, we choose violence.
And we're going to be seeing a lot more of that now continuing to come on in. Up comes the teams looking to see G3 now. Looking to see if they can, claim the position here. Oh, come on. Joker, the last one left now for Super Young Stars. Oh, out comes the nade. Joker, the last one. Trying to find those angles. G3 Flacco just jumping all over the place. But Joker quickly opting into the vehicle. The nade getting sent out. And with that, it is the end of the road. Meanwhile, Flacco also getting traded off there. As we did see Lazy Boy sneaking in a beautiful third-party hit. Team Umbra now having to pack their bags as they got sent back at the hand of Blackjack. And now
3 more, I was going to say 3 more chances for them to get a chicken dinner. Only 3, Umbra. We're counting. We're waiting patiently. Are you going to be able to move into the grand finals with a chicken dinner to your name? You've got 3 more chances.
Oh, let's see where they will go. I mean, it's still 2 Erangels and a little bit of Sanhok left to come for them. But now, still, Miramar, that zone taking a little bit of a shift. But look at this. Marshall coming, swinging on down to Wanted and Boyka. Oh, come on, Watson is not able to get in possession. And with that, lines themselves up beautifully for Marshall to get a 3 in a row. That we can't call a turkey because there was no chickens involved. But either way, a very dominating performance coming through from Cryptics once again.
They are the top team by more than 100 points. I love their aggression, and I know this comes from confidence. This is what happens when you're more than 100 points ahead of everyone else. You don't mind. You've got your 6 chicken dinners. You're not two-faced if you're going to get knocked out. I mean, obviously they want to win, but the aggression that they show when they go in for those fights, they never lose. And it's really impressive the way that they just jumped in there and did exactly that. Of course, though, look here. Zero Tolerance doing a little cheeky look Are they going to be able to spot Cryptics hanging out at the bottom here?
Ooh, it's going to be risky, though. I mean, we did see Skydo right there on the edge with Lord still to move up. But now it is going to be Tornado swinging on down towards the players here from SWAT. Unique also getting eliminated all the way down south. But let's see what SWAT will be bringing in. They down to 2. It is going to be Sabir and El Chapo. Now looking to go toe-to-toe with Darkness. Already Manuel looking to pick up their first elimination as an individual. Oh, Sabir getting down as well. Moment just lining up those heads one after the other with that. Mad Knight also now make their way back into the lobby, and the last blow is dealt to El Chapo as the blue zone just does its thing there. And we are down now to only 7 remaining teams.
7 teams, and important to note, both Mad Knights and SWAT 69 are out. That means there is realistically no opportunity for them to qualify for the top 16. So they've got 3 more chances to claim a chicken dinner and some extra cash. But unfortunately, both those teams will not be making it through to our finals.
Oh, here we go. All right, again, the shots now. Oh, coming through. Manuel just so close to those hits. Slime, unfortunately, also now having to pack their bags. We see Gary Boy getting taken down by the blue zone. Not getting sent back, just knocked down. Senke, the rest of the squad, positioned over on towards the west. We can see Blackjack keeping their angles on towards G3. Looking to see if they can maybe pick up a few of those stray shots. Darkness up north. This is where it's going to be super interesting because there's definitely not a lot of options here with regards to positioning. But that ridge line Cryptics find themselves on, I do think that is going to be absolutely crucial coming into this next zone.
I was actually going to say I'm surprised no one had set themselves up there earlier. That's pretty much a good spot for Cryptics to stick to. They've also got someone a little bit further down, Senke, having a look-see. That's going to be really useful. G3's coming in, but Senke is more than likely going to have eyes on Nacho moving in. Temper's just hanging out down the bottom. So this is going to be a curious end battle. I think Cryptics has got themselves in a really good spot for that final play.
Yep, they definitely do. But now let's see whether or not they'll be able to just dominate this lobby, because they still have Darkness coming in from that southeastern side, right? So that could be a little bit of a problem for them. Ooh, but looking at the nades coming through from Lazy Boy, I don't know how much of a problem that is going to be. At least G3 now getting alleviated, if we can put it that way. Look at that 6 and Nacho both getting down. It is, of course, now up to Flacco, who we see positioned all the way down south. But this is one thing about Cryptics, right? They are just so brutal when it comes to those utilities. And now, fortunately, Flacco is able to pick up that trade-off on towards Lazy Boy.
They talk about being burnt at the stake. G3 just got burnt in the hut. That's what happened. Cryptics super aggressive there, but I also think they might have just given away their spot, to be honest. I think that Darkness is now possibly in the better position if Blackjack doesn't make short work of them. But Darkness, for me, might have the upper hand here. They'll know. They would have heard the fights for Cryptics. They know that that exists. Now they just need to worry about Blackjacks. But actually now, between Cryptics and Darkness, I think they both know where the other team is, but they're busy with their own battles. So let's see how that plays out, because I think it's going to come down to Cryptics Darkness fights for the chicken.
Oh, of course, Blackjack going to be looking to pick up as many eliminations as they can while the opportunity is still there. But up comes Darkness now. Down goes Reverb. And, down to 3 we go. Cryptics, Darkness, and Flacco looking to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. No surprise to see Cryptics and G3 making it into the top 3 so far over on Miramar. As we know, this is a very strong map for both these teams. But it's also really good to see the players here from Darkness still continuing to try and push as hard as they can. Also going to be looking to potentially pick up their first winner chicken dinner.
This is really interesting. If Flacco can heal himself up, Cryptics knows where Darkness is. Darkness knows where Cryptics is. They were listening to the other 2 teams having a fight. So if Flacco's clever, let them do the damage. Let them down a couple of players. Heal yourself up and wait till the end to see if you can pick off maybe the 1 or 2 remaining that are standing. This could be a curious one for G3. As I say that, Senke knows. Senke is well aware that there is still a G3 member hanging around there. And I think Tornado will possibly see Flacco very soon as well. But Flacco is healing up. But yes, too many eyes on Flacco, I'm afraid. They know what's up.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Cryptics now are going to start spreading themselves out. Ooh, it does seem like they're looking to push up aggressively. There we go. Senke picks up Moment. And now it is up to Tornadoes. We can see those utilities getting sent out once again. Sensei going to be moving up for that confirmation. There we go. One down. One more to go. So Tornado and Flacco, the only two players standing between Cryptics and their 7th winner chicken dinner. Now it is just Flacco, the last player, standing between the 12 eliminations already on board there for Cryptics. But let's see whether or not they're going to be making that 13. Oh, yes, indeed it is. And Cryptics picks up their 7th winner chicken dinner. Absolutely runaway play coming through from them once again. And as we saw, some insane amount of eliminations getting picked up as well.
They are the top team in the competition. They're going to move into the finals in that top spot by more than 100 points, and they are phenomenal. I want to say they're on fire, but they're not. They're busy setting all the other teams on fire, as we saw with G3. Really confident play, and I'm concerned for the other 15 teams in the lobby. I just feel that when Cryptics is feeling this confident, you can see in the aggressive play that they do, the way that they're quite happy to push, they don't miss those fights. You need to stop being scared, because the more you let them run away with this lead, I know that the points don't necessarily matter when they move into finals, but the more of a lead that they have, the more confidence they're going to have moving into finals. And you don't want to face a Cryptics that's this confident in the finals, because I don't believe you'll be able to take them down. And of course, now they've even got some more money in the bank. Taking that chicken dinner, that's the 7th for them. Lots of cash, lots of confidence. Are they going to be able to be stopped?
It's going to be a really, really tough one to kind of try and break that momentum. But, you know, finals, we know that that's kind of where everything is going to change, because the performances we've been seeing from the team so far, even though they were absolutely amazing, I don't think it is even a preview of what we could be expecting to see coming through in the finals, because I still think the teams are keeping a few of the cards close to their hearts, right? They're not playing everything just yet. Still wanting to have a few of those surprise elements to utilize moving into the finals. So would it be possible for a team to kind of upset the performance we see currently coming in from Cryptics? I think so, honestly, right?
I don't.
I
But
do.
you and I are different. You're always optimistic. I'm a realist. I think there's 2 teams, though, that were not holding anything close to their chest. They threw everything into the games that they've just played, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough. SWAT 69 and Mad Knights, they are out of contention. They've got 3 games left. Even if one of those teams won a chicken dinner in every game, it's not going to give them enough points to make it through to the top 16. So I'm sure that they're not exactly feeling happy, but they do have 3 opportunities to claim a chicken dinner and some more cash in the bank, also to leave on a high. But unfortunately, we do now say to them, that's it. There's no more opportunities. There's a couple of other teams that popped off, though. So let's take a look at the highlights from that game and see what's what. Without a doubt, DK, my favorite moment was death by nade at the end there. Sorry, G3, but I did enjoy the burning of the G3 players in the hut. I thought that was quite fun to watch. I'm a big fan of Nate. What was your highlight?
I just gotta say, the sheer aggression coming through from Cryptics once again, right? They never disappoint on that. Once they really start building up the momentum going through a match, it is just devastating the kind of stuff that comes through from them. And of course, speaking about the devastation, we can see 13 eliminations to their name, dropping that 28 bomb, and with that, as I said before, it is also their 7th winner chicken dinner.
7th winner chicken dinner for Cryptics, and they are looking hot for the finals. G3 as well, though, did a really good job, and they're also looking quite strong as we move into finals. We've got to start looking at things like that. And then, of course, to the bottom of the table, SWAT69 picking up 1 elimination. It's a little bit of a consolation prize when you know that you're out of the finals. When we move over to the second page, though, where you get to see some of the teams that are sitting towards the bottom of the log, again, I think the one for me to keep an eye on, number 12, Team Umbra, only 3 chances left. Are they going to be a team that makes the grand finals without a chicken dinner to their name? And when I say makes the grand finals, possibly in the top 5, top 6, and being the only team without a chicken dinner?
I mean, that would sting quite a bit, right? But I'd like to say yes, but I don't know. It's tough. I mean, they've shown the potential coming through in the last league play, last days of league play, that they can do it. They brought in 2 winner chicken dinners there, but now we got to see that kind of translate into the Super Weekend. And this is, as you said, they've already got 3 opportunities left. That's it. When that's done, it's done. Then it's straight over to the finals to see what will be happening there. And of course, speaking about the finals, it is time for that overall leaderboard, and now we get to see where exactly Team Umbra is positioned, and they find themselves up in 5th place, holding strong.
Holding strong, still no chicken dinners. This is pretty much your confirmed list of teams. As of now, we know which teams are going to be in the top 16. It'll just be a matter of where they finish on the log, and of course, how much money that they get to put in their back pockets based on how many chicken dinners that they've got. So Team Umbra still on that donut. Hopefully that'll change. 3 more games, we'll find out. And then if you look towards the bottom of the table across the page, the big upsets that occurred, Triple Esports able to get the points needed to get themselves into the top 16, knocking out YONKOUS. The YONKOUS players, that must be devastating for them. It was out of their control. They didn't qualify for Super Weekend. I can't imagine it's fun watching a team take you out of the finals and not being able to do anything about it. I wonder, though, if Triple Esports now wants to potentially get that 15th spot off Masters. I'm sure that that's in the back of their mind, just to feel a little bit comfortable, so you weren't the 16th team to qualify. But we are going to have to say goodbye to a couple of teams. YONKOUS, Mad Knights, SWAT69, the road ends here for them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that kind of come to fruition, but we knew that was going to happen, right? We knew that we are going to be having to say goodbye to a few teams coming into this last day of play. So, I mean, it has been quite exciting to see what they've been doing so far. And of course, SWAT69 and Mad Knight can still impress us on the battlefield in the coming 3 matches. They can still finish on a strong note, even though they, won't be moving up, catching to that position of where we see YONKOUS currently sitting or surpassing that, but still they can finish strong. As we've said before, they still have 3 opportunities to pick up a winner chicken dinner. So who knows what the remaining games will hold. Anything can still unfold for them, and it's going to be exciting. I mean, Sam, 3 games. That is ridiculous to think that we've been coming through so many matches, seeing these teams going at it continuously, match after match, day after day. And we're now on the final 3 of Super Weekend. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, I mean, 3 games, right? That's it. 2 Erangels and a little bit of that jungle action also to come on through. Oh, what are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see some PUBG. That's what I think we'll see.
Also, what we have is also then, of course, our lucky drop that the viewers can participate in.
We do have a lucky drop, so all you need to do is, if you're watching on either the YouTube or Facebook channels for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, answer the question in the live chat and you could win one of those awesome skins.
Yeah, so some pretty great stuff. And with that, we are going to be making our way into a quick break once again while we get ready for our second Erangel of the day. So be sure to stay tuned. See you guys in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split for 2022. Now, we've been seeing some pretty exciting gameplay coming through on our first two matches. And now, as we're getting ready to move into the third one, we could see a little bit more of that insanity in our return to the battlefield. But of course, before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out going out to Nimo TV, who is the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to Nimo TV. But now, Sam, it is time for a little bit of that insanity to unfold once again. And I mean, this time we're still going to be looking to see whether or not Umbra will be able to step up and maybe pick up that winner chicken that I'm pretty sure Triple Esports are going to be looking to get themselves also positioned above Master Esports. As we know, that is very much a possibility. There's only 2 points currently separating those two teams.
I think that right now the points are not going to be the focus of these teams, other than, in fact, not even Mad Knight and SWAT 69 because they're out, right? So the teams now know that they've got their spots in the top 16. They know they're going to finals. Now it's about cash. Everyone's going to be hunting cash. To get cash, you need chicken dinners. So I'm expecting the next 3 maps to be very passive. I think most of the teams are going to try and avoid early fights. They're going to try to stay till the end game, and potentially we're going to see a much more passive style of play coming out from the teams, purely because now it really is just about chasing the chickens, DK. And as much as it seems like chasing chickens means you have to move quick, fast, actually you need to move rather slowly at the start.
Yeah, I do think there's two different approaches to that. As you said, you know, the one is the more calculated, strategic approach. The other side, of course, could be just, you know, pure aggression, and that could actually work out favorably for teams, whichever one they choose. But obviously, they got to choose the one that they are the most comfortable with, looking to bring that in on the battlefield. And of course, speaking about the battlefield, we do have our flight path coming in from that Yasnaya side over on the east and heading right across Hospital over towards the western side. So a slight bit more of a northern concentrated flight path, if we could call it that. And it's a nice little change up.
Nice little change up for the teams. We've been doing a lot of north to south, south to north. This is a little bit of a different one for them. So now they need to focus on the strategies that they would have had for this playing path. Like I said, most of the teams do strategize beforehand. They have their selected drop spots. They think about what the different playing paths will be and where they want to land.
Yeah, and now we have that great opportunity to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, and you know, who's going to opt for the aggression side, who's going to opt for the strategic the strategic delayed rotations and just playing it a little bit more cautiously, because you said so, right? And rightly so, that the teams now have the opportunity to go chasing chickens, seeing that they don't have to worry too much about what the point situation is. And I do think this is going to open up a few interesting avenues for a lot of the teams on the battlefield.
A lot of avenues, and it will be interesting. I'm going to disagree with you. I think that most teams will be avoiding aggression. Nice zone to start us off, pretty central, nothing too hectic to worry about. We're getting some nice zones. The PUBG Mobile God's playing nice with us today.
Yeah, I mean, but so it might be a nice zone, but this actually is pretty great for the teams, because this allows them the opportunity now to showcase strategies instead of having to be concerned about where they are and how they have to rotate to get themselves situated into the zone. I mean, yes, obviously we've got a few teams currently positioned outside. That is going to be SWAT 69 and the Super Young Stars, and a partial, you know, piece of Triple Esports. But aside from that, everyone else pretty much situated within the zone, and now they can focus on bringing in those strategies and showing us what they can do on the battlefield.
Which is exactly what we want. We want to see those good rotates. We want to see those good setups, and that's what they're going to do. Look at this coming up on your screen right now. Want to win something cool? Then just answer the question that you'll see in the chat on either Facebook or YouTube. And all those skins, one of them at least, could be yours. We're doing some lucky drops because, you know, we like to reward you for supporting PUBG Mobile Esports in Africa.
And I mean, the questions, they aren't that difficult to answer. We've seen a few of them come through already in the chat, so it is going to be, you know, if the people have been paying attention as to what's unfolding on the battlefield, they'll be able to give the answers. Just make sure when you give the answer that you do include your player ID alongside your answer. Otherwise, it's going to be quite difficult if you are the chosen person. But of course, you know, speaking about chosen, it is going to be 1 million, and the players from Lusail here that have chosen to drop up in towards that North Georgian. So far, they are both just kind of respecting either side. We do see 1 million over on the west, and the players there from Lusail over on towards the eastern side. We're curious to see whether or not they're going to start bumping heads here.
Do they even know? I mean, we spoke about respect. Do they even know that the other team is nearby? That's always the other question, right? Is it going to be a little bit of a surprise for someone just now? A little head pops up in the window. Hello. That will be what we'll find out in a bit. But right now, just obviously checking out virtual gaming, running around, doing their looting. Nice and quiet start to our second Erangel of the day.
Yeah. And I mean, so you said that we could be seeing a lot of those passive approaches, or the more passive approaches rather, coming through from the teams. But, you know, we can't really make much of a call just yet, because this is pretty much nearly exactly to what we saw coming through on the first Erangel. You know, it is that the silence or the quiet before the storm. And who knows, there could either be one crazy storm breaking out, or it could just be a slight, you know, a little bit of a drizzle. But either way, we'll be finding out what that will be. It will, either way, whichever way it goes, there will be lead involved. It's just the amount of lead, I think, that could be differing.
And where that lead ends up, whose head is it going to be sitting in? Umbra over here, are they going to be able to get that chicken dinner? That's the question on everyone's lips. It's a story that we've been telling before my time, even when Ez was around for Super Weekends as well. Everyone wants to know, can Umbra get a chicken dinner? Is this their opportunity? Second last Erangel of the day. Is it going to be the one that finally secures them a chicken dinner?
Well, for Umbra, I hope so. I definitely, honestly hope so, because they've been performing so well. They've had a really strong amount of those eliminations coming through, and if we look at their position coming on towards the overall standings, right, they are the second most aggressive team aside from Cryptics.
And yet, Cryptics 7 chicken dinners, Umbra a donut. Not as filling, not nearly as filling, and no protein.
Yeah, but I guess it probably depends on the size of the chicken, bro. Because let's say for argument's sake,
no protein. Also, chicken's a chicken's a chicken. A chicken is a chicken, and when it doesn't really matter the size when you've had 7 of them, DK. So donuts definitely delicious, but nutritionally, 7 chicken dinners gonna give you bigger muscles.
Oh yeah, you gotta bust it out, right? If you want to get those. Also come in with a little bit of a flex there. Well, you could also probably do a donut flex. I'm not quite sure what that's going to look like, but
it's going to be slightly flabby, a little bit wobbly, and not nearly as firm and toned as the chicken dinner flex. But there you go.
You see, that's why I ask you these questions. You have the answers.
Some of the answers. Though, I mean, if I had to, I would say in real life I'd probably choose donuts over chicken. But that's why I'm not winning PUBG mobile tournaments, maybe.
Makes sense.
Choose the protein every time, friends. That's my life lesson. Fitness is a journey.
There we go. And of course now Darkness also on a journey as they look to just move a little bit closer into the compound. And I mean, we've seen a lot of contention also coming for this particular compound many times before in the previous matches. So I do think once this next zone kind of shifts up, we already see a lot of teams in some pretty good compounds. And that is where once that zone shifts, if they have that controlling compound situated within the zone, all they got to do is just hold on and defend it. But we've seen a lot of contention coming in for the compounds across the board. And now also Triple Esports making their rotation in. Gatka not getting as much love this time around coming into the match, but we do, however, see a nice concentration of teams pulling closer towards that Pochinki school kind of Rozhok region, seeing that it is smack dab center zone. But I'm really curious to see where this next phase is going to be taking the teams. Of course, Umbra, they're not going to have to wait too long as we have Blackjack rolling up right alongside them.
There is going to be a bit of a firefight. I want to pull you back to that compound we were talking about, the one that everyone contends for. Why do you think that is?
Well, it depends on where the zone goes, but that compound is usually quite a contested spot because of the information you're able to gather from there, but also because it's like a transitional kind of region, right? You see a lot of teams rotating up close to that area. particularly if they're looking to go, you know, like from shelter towards Potato Hill or school or those regions, or even coming down from the northern side, because a lot of these teams, a lot of times, rather, you see the teams moving through, looking to see whether they can find any of those openings. And of course, speaking about openings, Umbra finding some great ones there onto MG.
Possible opportunity for them. They've taken down MG. That is a point for them. A nice little elimination point. Feeling aggressive, feeling confident from Umbra. A nice one. Also, thanks for the PUBG Mobile School featuring TK and Tickle. Come back next map for another lesson in where to set up if you decide to ever go pro.
Yeah. How much of a useful informational bit that was, I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure there's people in the chat that have different opinions to that. But now, for the time being, we are going to be looking over on towards our zone, taking a beautiful shift up north now. And of course, it is going to be in favor of the players there from 1 million, who find themselves set up smack dab center zone, as they also now start to rotate a little bit on forward. But still a little bit of fighting coming through, as we see Slime defending their position up on towards that far west, eastern side rather. We got Unique as well as SWAT 69 pulling into the area. So it's going to be a little bit of a sweaty fight.
A little bit of a sweaty fight. I think everyone's now trying to set themselves up in a position where they feel a little bit more confident. The high ground is always a plus as well, which is something that I think Unique likes to play, tends to favor. So possibly just saying to Slime, you know what, get off. We want this spot.
Yeah, definitely, definitely like a confidence kind of play coming through. But you know, looking at the options the teams have to rotate on through, I don't think Unique is going to be positioned over on towards that side for far too long, seeing that they still have to reposition. Of course, they've got about 20 seconds or so to make up their minds to decide where they want to go. But I think for this time around, actually north, in between Severny and Rozok, there could be quite a few interesting positions to take occupation of, as we see that whole entire section being pretty much uncontested, aside from the engagements we have unfolding between 1 million, Umbra, and of course, you know, the players from, I think it's G3 also situated up into that Rozok region.
I think that you are 100% correct. I believe that the zone will want... I think if you're a smart team, you're going to gamble on moving up north. Quite a few of them are already, other than G3, who's kind of stuck where they are, but it seems that they've got a vehicle. I think the north is a smart bet today.
Well, let's go with that, right? Say that north, because so far the zone has also been moving towards that northern side, and who knows, maybe it could change its mind a little bit later on. But for the time being, we do see a lot of teams actually investing into center zone. I mean, we've got Virtual Gaming also now starting to roll on up as well. So the tension definitely starting to build here. But 1 million, a little bit spread out. It could work out beautifully in their favor, but they have to try and consolidate all the information they are able to gather here, as with the addition of Umbra and Virtual Gaming looking to move through. Zero Tolerance also coming in behind them. Darkness and Lusail. Oh, they're going to have to play this one nearly textbook perfect.
Textbook perfect. Both teams have the potential to do it. We are going to eventually see the zone shift. So I'm curious to see how that plays out, specifically for G3, who again secured themselves, set themselves up. They are not moving. And I wonder if that's going to be a smart move for them. As I say that, Umbra is able to down a G3 member. Oh dear. They've been able to heal him up, so good news to them. But I'm curious as to why G3 they have anchored themselves slap bang in center of the zone, and they have not made any effort to move at all. Every other team has started to push themselves up north or put themselves in a position where they can rotate into the north relatively easy.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite interesting to see G3 not looking to budge just yet. But, I mean, looking at the rotations of the rest of the teams, they won't have that many options, really, to potentially get themselves out if they're not set up. But, again, that yes, the zone bless. There we go. That makes more sense. Working out again for G3.
G3 has a direct line to the game devs, because they just, when you see them solidify themselves in a position like this where they anchor down early on, it always just goes in their favor. They just go, this is where we will stay, this is our spot, and then for some reason the zone just blesses them. Maybe it's all about that positive mindset. What you put out to the universe is what you get back. Maybe G3 is just, they've perfected the art of telling the universe exactly where they want the zone to settle.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say that the PUBG gods are smiling down on them.
What
Yeah.
about me, DK? What about SWAT 69? What about Triple Esports? What about 1 million? What about Cryptics? I mean, I can go on and on and on. Why just G3?
I don't know. I don't know. They gotta ask G3 like what's in their drinking water, because there's something special, I guess. But now, they could be challenged for their position. We can see a lot of teams looking to move in. We got Cryptics also looking to push through. Now, potentially from that western side, we do see them taking up that position towards the bridge over on the western side of Rozhok. So there could be a little bit of danger coming through. But again, the zone's sitting in a very similar position when we saw in the first match, right? That waterway, again, passing through the map in the middle and splitting it up north to south.
This is the thing, right? It splits the teams, and crossing the water down the line can be a good place to set yourself up. Super young stars. That was really well played by Lash, and he knew that there was a Mad Knights player there, and he just wasn't going to let it go. So just said, hey, you want to hide behind your car? I'm going to make sure that you're punished for that, and shot him in the knees.
Yeah, sometimes that's all that's needed, right? Just some really well
shoot
played
someone
shots.
I was going to say, to shoot someone in the knees? DK,
Yeah,
that seems
yeah.
a bit aggressive. That's all that's needed. We just shoot them in the knees.
Yeah, no caps, eh? No caps.
Oh no, it's begun. Look what we've done. We've unleashed the cheeky puns.
Yeah, the Punisher. But either way, now
oh no,
it is...
did you make that name up for yourself? Is that what you call your... I'm hoping that that's not something that you've just decided you want to stick.
No. I've got so many
saying?
puns, I could just as well have been a chef. But either way, we'll have to wait and see what the teams are now going to bring in with their rotations and where they're going to be going, because Blues on pressure is definitely coming in. And of course, Super Young Stars right up alongside Cryptics. Umbra holding on to the Wizard Tower. But will we see some magic unfold?
Will we see some magic? And of course, how do you define magic? Is magic all about fire and bullets and raining terror, or is magic escaping the terror? It'll depend which side of the firefight you're on. Umbra taking a little look-see from their tower, seeing if they can spot anyone moving. Meanwhile, Darkness here and Virtual Gaming hiding behind the fence. Virtual Gaming is waiting to see if they can take out Darkness. Lots of nades going in. They know that Darkness is in the building, and they want to make sure that Darkness is not in the building when they leave it.
Oh, but of course, it's going to be still quite a bit of a fight. As we can see, Alpha Luigi is down. Down goes Tornado. Playzone also just going to down on a few of the players here. But let's see what Zeus will be able to do. Moment, fortunately, positioned quite some way away from the rest of the team. It does, however, provide an opportunity to Manuel to get those reses pulled off, and this could maybe be that bounce back coming through from them. But up comes Triple Esports, still chasing those points, looking to catch up and surpass whoever's ahead of them. But now, will this be the opportunity for them to do exactly that? Of course, Whiskey prepping up that buggy. They have to get their butts back in towards the zone, but Virtual Gaming wants to stop them from accomplishing that. It is going to be Tornado, Whiskey, and Manuel going up against one shot, Alpha Luigi and Zeus. Tornado coming up with those jump shots once again, but fortunately for him, the shots now, come in his direction as he gets the shot into Zeus. But now it is going to be mission impossible to get himself back into that zone.
Mission impossible to get into the zone. We've already seen 2 players from Unique go down because they were outside in the blue. They went down to the blue, so you don't want to lose more there. There's going to be lots of battles as lots of teams start moving in. Ironically enough, there we go. Triple Esports out, back to the lobby. G3, the zone still favoring them, so they don't have to move at all, but there's lots of firefights going on. If you take a look at the mini-map, just all those red pulsing bullets as everyone starts going at one another, trying to get into the zone and set themselves up nicely for the final few fights.
Yeah, and it is going to be hopefully quite a few nice fights also then coming on through. As we can see, for the most part, the zone being relatively open, particularly over and towards the center side, right? It is also now leaning towards those headshot hills kind of regions. And now, Super Young Stars meeting up with the players here from Mad Knight. This, of course, happening all the way over on towards that southwestern side of the zone. Mad Knight Down to 2. You got Kingerman positioned all the way over on towards the far southern side, trying to come in with that rotation, but if they're not quick enough, it is going to be Kronboy and the rest of the players here from Super Young Stars putting quite a bit of, well, taking quite a bit of a chunk of their players down right there. Now, Slime also looking to move in, so this is looking to be quite worrying now for Mad Knight.
Quite worrying for Mad Knight. I just want to hype out Super Young Stars. The last sort of 2 days that we've seen them play on Super Weekend, they've really been consistently good at getting eliminations and placing high on the board. Good performance from them.
Well, let's see if they can top that performance even more so. Now, of course, it is going to be Beast. Ooh, in the danger zone. Tries to strafe it out. Oh, but it's not going to pay off. Kingerman off in the distance. Oh, caught in the smoke. And like sometimes smoke is a good idea, but also I don't think it's always a good idea because it like gives away your position to the opposing teams. And looking at the position coming through from Slime, that could be the end of the road now for Kingerman, as the pressure is going to be high. Of course, now the players here from Darkness still trying to get themselves out of the danger zone, and down they go. Shadowin. Oh, just so devastating with that DP28.
Third place, last game. Unfortunately, not today, Darkness. On this particular map, you are out, back to lobby. You mentioned the smokes. I think it's such an interesting conversation to have about the use of smokes. What you need to do is you need to figure out, I think smokes are extremely vital when the other team doesn't know your position. Using it to throw them off, you can set up 2 or 3 smokes, move between them, and ultimately the team that is contesting you is going to just be firing blindly through the smokes in the hope of hitting you. It's really useful. We've seen it before. You can set up a smoke for a peek if they don't know where you are. The problem is, like you mentioned, if you toss a smoke and they do know where you are, you've given up your location. They obviously know, they're trying to guess. The moment the smoke goes up, they're like, yep, there you are, and they can target in on you. So using smokes has to be a really clever utilization has to occur, and you have to set them up strategically. Lots of teams practice their smokes, so they know what to do. And as I say, that virtual gaming goes down. But I do think in the instance that we saw earlier, the smokes were exactly like you said, to the detriment of the player more than assisting them in keeping cover.
Yeah, you gotta really utilize them quite tactfully, and that is where I think that is a kind of an art in and of itself. But some, you know, like art being art, it is open to interpretation, so you can take that whichever way you want. Lelouch, however, can't take that whichever way they would like, as the shots do find themselves right in on towards them. And now it is going to be Zane, the last one here for the side of Blackjack, and with that, it is going to be right back into the lobby for them. Umbra looking absolutely fantastic, sitting on 11 eliminations so far. Shadowin sitting on 6. This is the kind of build-up we want to see come through from Umbra.
Don't speak too soon. There's still a bunch of other teams here. A few of them just trying to rotate into the zone. G3 has gone back to their passive play. They're sitting nice in the center. They have not moved, but very soon everything is going to shift. Mad Knight, we say goodbye to them. They are now only having 2 opportunities to potentially win a chicken dinner. Of course, we know they haven't made the finals, so they've just lost their third opportunity. Only 2 more left for them to think about. And now you see all of these teams interestingly choosing to play the edge of the zone as it closes in, maybe waiting to see where it's going to rotate, whether they need to move north or south, so rather focusing on the edge just to be in a position where they can move freely. And as I say that, look, it centers right up, DK.
Yeah, that is what we love to see. PUBG being absolutely brutal with our poor teams right here. But it is going to be Slime and Super Young Stars fighting it out right here on the spine down in the Southern Edge Plaza. Sitting out a quick little bit of that smoke, just trying to set themselves up to potentially get a rotational path or a line of aggression on towards the Super Young Stars now. So you can see Zeus also getting traded off, but there we go. Plaza finds a beautiful hit, but also, oh, it works the other opposite way. Beautiful back and forth now coming in. Aimer just lasering through the smoke, but unfortunately, it is going to be the end of the road right there for them. Oh, such a beautiful play coming in. But unfortunately, only one team can walk away victorious from that engagement. But now we are down to 8 as the teams now have to reposition up towards the north. Cryptics, they're already having a good controlling position set up in the compounds. And I mean, these southern rotations are going to be a little bit worrying.
A little bit worrying because I think all the teams are going to come into contention very quickly and have to fight it out. I think a lot of them will knock heads as they try and move in. As you can see as well, I think teams like Cryptics might set themselves up to pick off any other teams that are trying to move into the zone.
That's definitely what we see now starting to happen here. Super Youngstars trying to push in. Oh, down goes Exist. Unique getting sent back. Cryptics going to be looking to just obliterate any of the competition standing between them and another successful run. Of course, 1 million G3 also positioned down towards that southern side. But look at this Marshall just going to town on the players from Intruder, looking to squeeze on through on that southern side. No options really for them. As again, the smoke really making it obvious as to where they are. But fortunately for them, though, there's so many smokes there that it is still a little bit of a challenge to pinpoint their exact location.
Sit down, Cryptics. You are hurting all the other players and all the other teams. You need to stop. They don't need this kind of negativity as they move into finals, especially not from a team that is just so far ahead of everyone else.
Oh, of course now Rauf just trying to, you know, pop in a few hits in the direction of Cryptics. But Cryptics just so beautifully positioned in these compounds. I mean, no surprise to see the absolute devastation coming through there from them. And unfortunately, as we know, smokes, they do dissipate. And with that, the angles open up once again. But fortunately for Intruder, they do have those vehicles to utilize as hard cover. But it being a vehicle, there is a lovely gap at the lower part of it. And that is now what we see being capitalized upon as they take quite a few hits. Also, Umbra just now on that northern side alongside Lusail. But look at that zone shift moving in between all the teams once again. Up comes Senkei trying to contest for the position, but down he goes. Wasted, finds a beautiful nade. And with that, Shadowwind gets sent back. Umbra down to 2. It is going to be Morteza and Wasted now left to fight it out. Fortunately, they are able to take down one of the Cryptics player. That's going to be Senkei. The rest of the squad now just looking to reposition themselves, coming in from that more western side of the zone.
Umbra, my mouth is watering. I can taste the roast chicken on your behalf. Just play this cool. You don't know what we know, but maybe you just need to chill out a little bit. Get these teams to take each other out. Stop fighting. Stop going in for the aggressive fights. Don't risk it. Let everyone else do the battle and wait it out. As I say that, there we go. An Umbra team member drops down. Can they heal them up? Otherwise, they are going to be down to 1. They were able to take out Lusail in the process, but I worry that they've now set themselves up for not such a good position come the Final 4 battle here, especially when you are now having to work through your meds to keep yourselves alive.
Yeah, but this is where the position from Intruder and the players there for 1 million could be quite favorable for Umbra, as they could look to alleviate a lot of the pressure coming through from the side of Cryptics. So you can see those shots now just heading in to the direction of Cryptics. But again, the smokes being deployed, the team's getting ready to make a bit of a push here. Cryptics trying to get themselves positioned over on towards the southwestern side. They do have Omar positioned just up ahead, 1 million also just down south. And currently, Umbra being one of the only 2 teams having a player in that zone. So it's going to be absolutely essential for the rest of the lobby to pull that off as well. But Morteza finds one up into E-Flex. So it does seem like Umbra are trying to clear out a bit of a rotational path, or maybe just a way for them to get situated in that zone. As we can see, that tree of which they are behind right now is very, very narrowly just within that zone.
I can taste the chicken. I can smell it. Umbra, please. You're going to be attacked. Cryptics knows they're there. Here we go. The fight begins. Cryptic knows they're going to have to move from behind that tree. And look how they've set themselves up to pick them off. Still watching the top of the ridge there because they know that there's other teams. But this is dangerous for Umbra. I think that they waited too long not to move. I don't know if they're going to be able to win this fight.
Well, they did just get 2. They just got a beautiful one, blowing up those vehicles. So fantastic. It could be very much so. Morteza now going to be looking to push on forward. 1 million still having to move on up as well. We got E-Flex, Blacklast, Morteza quite eager to get those shots in. Down goes the first. He flex the next one. Oh, down he goes. It is
can
Omar now
taste it.
standing
I can
between
taste it. The
Umbra
oven-
and the winner chicken dinner. Oh!
It's coming. There it is.
Oh!
The oven is beeping. We can hear it. They finally did it. 3 super weekends, DK. And Team Umbra finally claims that chicken dinner.
Oh, Sam, what a finish. 19 eliminations to their name alongside a very much anticipated winner chicken dinner coming through for them. It is so great. I just got to give them a hand of applause. I mean, it only took, what was that? 43 games for that chicken to come in. You know what? It is really well deserved. Well done.
It's a slow clap. No more donuts for Team Umbra. The only team in the top 5 to not have a chicken dinner. Every other team around them was up at 6, 7. They did a phenomenal job. I thought Cryptics had them. They were stuck behind that little tree. There was no space to maneuver. Cryptics knew they were there. Cryptics had 3 players. They had 2. And I honestly, I commentated at the time. I said, Cryptics knows where they are. The moment they move, they're going to pick them off. And Umbra went, you know what? It was a bit of a last-ditch effort to just stand up and run at them like that, but it worked in their favor. They took out the cars, they took out the players, and ultimately they then took home that chicken dinner. So good job to them. A little bit of cash in the bank. They're going to be very, very happy with that.
You know, it's never nothing wrong with a little bit of that shock and awe coming through from them. And that is, you know, quite a beautiful showcasing coming through from the side of Umbra. So, again, super well done with that beautiful winner chicken dinner. I mean, 19 coming in alongside that. That was just such a runaway performance. And as we saw, only 3 of the players from Team Umbra was able to find eliminations. I mean, imagine now if all 4 of them had been able to pick up those elims, it would have been absolutely insane. But it took them long at the time to get it done, and they did a beautiful job at that. But of course, we saw a lot of those interesting performances coming through. I mean, Cryptics are once again being quite a bit of a thorn in the side for a lot of the teams as they too made their way through. Also, raking in quite a few eliminations once again. But you got to give it to the players there coming through from the side. I believe that was of Intruder as well, right? Omar managing to survive up into those later stages. So again, doing some good things for them with regards to those placement points. But, you know, speaking about the beautiful plays that we've been seeing, let's have a look at a few of the highlights from this past match.
So much fun watching that again. Umbra finally getting their chicken dinner on the final day of the final super weekend, just before they make their way through to the finals, because they are one of the teams that are confirmed. And I think this is the thing, right? It's pretty much all to play for now. 2 games left. We know who our top 16 teams are. They just want those chicken dinners. It's extra cash for them. If you had to look at what you're focusing on, the points don't matter once you've made the top 16. It's not going to make a difference when you get into the finals. So for any team right now, it's just about focusing on that chicken dinner. And finally, Team Umbra getting it. And look at that, like you said, 19 elimination points. They were popping off, DK.
Yeah, they just found a beautiful rhythm in that last Erangel, and it worked out so beautifully for them. Again, big congratulations going out there, dropping that 34 bomber on us. And I mean, Intruder also still coming in with a good performance. They're taking 2nd place, finishing on 13 in total. And that is what I was talking about. Omar just managing to survive into those very late stages, but also good efforts being put forth there by the players coming through from 1 million esports as well. Finding then their 6 eliminations. Cryptics again going absolutely crazy, finding their 9 eliminations. And also, Super Young Stars picking up 7. So, I mean, it is quite satisfying looking at this first page, but we also now got to take a look and see what that second page is looking like.
The second page, a little bit disappointing. SWAT69, Triple Esports, Mad Knight, the teams that started in the bottom when we moved into Super Weekend. Triple Esports, of course, has done enough to qualify, so they're not too phased. But SWAT69 and Mad Knight's pretty sure this is not the performance that they were looking to end their run at PMPL Africa on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, it is just the way it is. Of course, they Triple and other players there from SWAT still have 2 more opportunities to, you know, just to play some beautiful PUBG there as well. But as we can see, Team Cryptics now getting themselves even closer to not only 550 points, but based on what we've been seeing from them so far, they could maybe even be reaching all the way up to 600. That would just be insane. But there's that beautiful number we want to see up alongside in slot 4 next to Team Umbra. It is not donuts anymore. It is now a 1. Oh, so great.
It is a 1. They got their first chicken dinner. They're also only 3 points behind Lusail Esports. So there is an opportunity for Team Umbra with 2 games remaining to add some more points to the board and possibly finish in the top 3, which will be interesting considering they'll be the only team in the top 3 with 1 chicken dinner. Of course, here on the other side, you see your top 16 ending with Triple Esports. Masters still got their spot. They're going to be happy. They obviously haven't played this weekend, so they have not had an opportunity to put more points on the board, but it would appear that they have done enough to remain in the top 16. But as we move to that final page, of course, these are the teams we're going to be saying goodbye to at the end of tonight. YONKOUS, SWAT69, and Mad Knight, their time in PMPL Africa will come to an end when we finish on the final Erangel.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but of course, quite a bit of action still to come. And I mean, I was looking at that leaderboard now, right? There's 3 teams currently sitting on in the top 16 that are yet to find winner chicken dinner. So who knows? There's 2 chickens up for grabs. Maybe we could see 2 of those 3 teams, but also maybe stepping up to the challenge and picking up one of those winner chicken dinners. Only time will, of course, tell what the teams are going to be doing. But we also got to give a big shout out then going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And Sam, there's always a little bit of extra for the viewers to get themselves into a few of those lucky drops as well.
Of course, it is the final day of the Super Weekend, so we got to reward you as well. Make sure that you answer the questions that are dropping in the live chats on both Facebook and YouTube on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa page, and you could stand a chance to win some of the items that you see on your screen. So give it a go, see what happens, and who knows, you could be walking away with a little something the same way Team Umbra walked away with a chicken dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what our final few games will bring. And with that, of course, we are going to be making our way into a break once again. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after with a little bit of that jungle action. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. We are getting ready to hop straight into the action, right up into the jungle. Of course, we can see it is time for a little bit of that Sanhok action to come through. And now it is going to be an opportunity for teams to just go to town, going crazy with the amount of performances they can bring us in on the battlefield here. But we also now going to be going in for a little bit of a quick rehost there, as I don't think all the players were able to make their way up in towards the lobby. And we are just currently miming our way on through here, as you can see, just adding voices into different places. But either
DK,
way...
I love the little waistcoat that you've decided to don. That quick change there, very impressive. Those, of course, were our Arabic colleagues who are doing the broadcast. So we just need to do a quick rehost. Obviously, everyone got a little bit too excited. Getting into jungle is always fun. You know, it's going to be an aggressive game. It's going to be a fast, quick game. So here we go, starting all over again, getting all the teams ready so we can move into our second last game of the day, DK, and the second last game of Super Weekend.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, it's going to be quite exciting. But I got to say, like, looking at what we just saw, I got a little bit excited there as well. I just thought for a moment my beard had grown, you know, drastically like magic. But, you know, sadly it hasn't. It is still where it is. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see what the teams are going to be
I have
doing.
absolutely no idea what that feels like or why you're upset about it. I have never grown a beard. I've never tried. But I'm sorry that you had beard envy, I guess.
Let's go with that one. Yeah, let's say it was a little bit of beard envy. I mean, yeah, I can't really give you any tips on growing a beard. As I myself I'm not a professional at that, so I wouldn't even know when to say, you know, where to begin. But what we can talk about though is what we could be expecting to see coming through in on Sanhok. As we know, 3 teams still not having had an opportunity to get winner chicken dinners so far. Of course, we know 2 more maps to go, so that could be a possibility for them. But also, again, we did see Umbra coming in with a beautiful chicken, so I do think that they are riding on a beautiful high as well.
Definitely, I think Team Umbra is going to be very confident coming in, and my voice is cracking because I got so excited about us jumping onto Sanhok prematurely, if you like. So I think that Cryptics is also another team. Umbra and Cryptics are the 2 teams I'd watch on Sanhok. Sanhok is a map that rewards you for a bit of aggressive play. I think both of them are going to be feeling very confident coming in and possibly be able to bring that aggression, which may make all the difference. Saying that, though, I also think G3 is a team to watch. They position themselves really nicely. They rotate well. They've got that consistent play style. So those would be my 3 teams that I'd be keeping an eye out on. But it is Sanhok, so, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, the few teams could definitely be looking to shake up those tables. And we know a team like Slime, for instance, also, they have shown some great potential coming in on Sanhok itself. And then also I want to even go as far as to say 1 million, the players from 1 million esports as well, right? They've also shown some really great potential coming through. And, you know, at this point, as you said, anything can happen. Any of the teams could step up. And we know the teams are now just going at it to try and get those winner chicken dinners in because, you know, an extra little bit added onto the bank there. And the teams, of course, being able, or rather having an opportunity to walk away with a few additional bits of cash there. Not that money is down out in bits, but you know what I'm talking about. But either way, of course, you know, we're getting ready to hop into Sanhok. Once again, it does seem like everyone is pretty much in the lobby this time around, and it's going to be exciting to see where that first zone is going to be going. I mean, we've been having a few of those more center zones coming through as well. Also, a few of those northwestern shifts. But where would you like to see the zone going in this final Sanhok?
I mean, because it's Sanhok, I want something crazy, right? Doesn't everyone want a crazy zone in Sanhok? You know, just for the lols. That's what I would call.
Well, we'll see if there's going to be any lols coming on through as we make our way into the match. And here we are, of course, this time around, flight path will be starting from Camp Bravo, heading right across towards Nakam, that Sami region as well. But as we know, right, Sanhok flight path, not too essential. What is going to be more important is, of course, where that spicy zone will be taking us. And fortunately, being a small map, the flight path also kind of concludes itself relatively quickly as the plane doesn't have that far to travel. Now it's down to positioning.
Just about positioning, setting yourself up, wanting to stay away from as many teams as possible. Not so easy on the smaller map. The early firefights happen regularly. We get lots of hot drops in these instances. Everyone kind of wants to go at one another. Ooh, what do you think about that, DK?
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting shift. I mean, that's gonna be spicy, and of course, to add a little bit of a sprinkle of flavor to the spice, we've got a bit of action potentially coming into Paradise as well.
I think it's important to highlight why it's a bit spicy though. And of course, the first thing is that you've got a lot of the space. Sanhok's already so small, a lot of the space now taken up by water as well, which is going to force the teams together a little bit. And I'd love for you to break down a little bit more why it's an interesting one. But first, maybe you should chat a bit about what the viewers are seeing on their screen right now.
It's, of course, the lucky drop, so be sure to go over to either Facebook or YouTube. You'll see the questions being posted in the live chat. Post your answer alongside with your player ID, and if you give the correct answer, you could be walking away with a few of those prizes there as well. Now, to get to your question, we asked as to why it is quite spicy is because, Sanhok being what it is, there's already quite a tiny map, and now a lot of the teams have decided to contest each other for a few of these positions. Just looking to dial up the aggression, and we see two strong points of contention coming through. One here between SWAT69 and the players from Darkness, and the other one, as I pointed out before, over in towards Paradise. And I mean, this time around, it could be quite an interesting play. Of course, SWAT going to be looking to make a dash for that chicken, see whether or not they can make it all the way in towards those last phases. But El Chapo, for the time being, getting caught out in the window.
Getting caught out in the window, lots of early fights. Like you said, it's expected. There's limited space available. A lot of the space is taken up by water now as well. So teams are going to be wanting to set themselves up safely so that they can rotate in and out. But in order to do that, they got to get rid of some of the extra bodies that are hanging around. So we're going to see a lot of these fights happening. The first one, of course, SWAT69 taking on Darkness. Who will be victorious? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will definitely have to wait and see. Oh, El Chapo! Oh, coming in with an absolutely blazing play right there on towards Tornado, coming out with a DBS. Oh, but Darkness getting caught in quite a bit of a troubling angle here. It is, of course, Whiskey that we see on the opposite end there alongside Momin. And then we got Manuel all the way down over towards that more southern side. But this could be the rush now for SWAT69 to step up and just go to town. We got El Chapo and Fash now looking to push in. Of course, they've been able to halt that revive. Oh, but the shots come in. Moment also getting downed nearly instantly. And with that, down goes Darkness to their final remaining hopeful. It is going to be Manuel. Now just looking to keep themselves hidden, at least for the time being.
Keep themselves hidden. I would avoid early engagements if I'm honest, just because I think that if you, and all of these players know they're professional players, you've played Sanhok enough, you know that this early game is the chance for people to get taken out. Avoid the early engagements and you're more than likely going to get yourself into the end game. End game means points. End game gets you closer to a chicken dinner. Chicken dinner means money. Super Young Stars just picking the virtual gaming crew off though. Like that was a bit of a Punisher move. Run around the corner, shoot him in the stomach. Sorry for you. An interesting one. And I'd love to call this, but I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one way of dealing with butterflies in your tummy, right? Just get one of the opposing players to do something.
Then you're dead. Fair enough.
Yeah, in-game, obviously, right? But now all the pressure rides on one shot to try not have that one shot come in his direction. Otherwise, it is going to be the end of the road right here for Virtual. Meanwhile, Chala, now having boosted themselves up, will be looking to apply a bit of that pressure coming right on towards the players here from Virtual. Oh, at the window, a little bit of pre-fire, trying to see if they can find an opening. Oh, did maybe spot one shot just ducking into that little room. But out comes Lashin, rotating out the opposite end. And the one well-placed nade could be the end for them right here. Bedrock's having opportunity to quickly attend to that health bar. Up comes the rush now. Shots flying all over the place. But so far, Super Young Stars not getting a straight line of sight on towards the Virtual Gaming.
Virtual Gaming's using these angles so well to make sure that Super Young Stars can't find them, and while doing that, they are able to heal up a little bit. As I say that, though, this is the rush that I thought was going to come earlier, where Super Young Stars just went, you know what, enough of this. We're not going to shoot around walls, and ran straight in there. Good communication from them. T'Challa at the beginning, when he took the first shot from the window, he knew that there were two in there. He got sight of them. He immediately communicated that to his teammates. You saw them come in for backup, and that's where they could surround that room, push Virtual Gaming into the smaller space, the confined space, and at some point do the mad aggressive push. That's what they did. Well played by them.
Yeah, great play indeed coming through there from them. But now as we move on a little bit further, we look to see whether or not it is going to be G3 or 1 million coming through with the great plays. We've got 1 million essentially defending a bit of that center zone. G3 now caught out on the edge of the cliffs here alongside the waterway. But we've got a full squad coming through from G3. We've got a full squad coming through from 1 million. But it doesn't seem like G3 has a clear line of sight on towards 1 million just yet. Of course, we did see that little peak heading over in the direction there of one of the players coming through from Mad Knight. But I don't think that Six God actually saw them right there.
Not 100% sure if they've seen them. We'll have to wait and see. You can see here a nice little battle between Darkness and SWAT69. They've traded. So if I'm not mistaken, which I'm not, they have traded. But they are now battling it out here. And it looks like, am I correct in saying that is it? Manuel is the last man standing. SWAT69 is going to try to take out another team. Good performance from them. Nice that they're getting a bit aggressive here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try and get that final player through from the side there of Darkness. I mean, SWAT already putting up quite a bit of a fight against the entirety of Darkness. As we've seen so far, and one molly is all that's needed for Sabir to get that last hit in towards Manuel. Of course, a few celebratory shots now coming through there from the side of SWAT 69. Oh, they can't access the box, it seems. So that's why they're shooting at it. But of course, we'll call that, a little bit of a celebration for them as well. But they got to be careful because there's still a few teams holding in the vicinity. Unique being one of those, now rotating up from the southern side. In fact, that is the only team in the vicinity. But I don't know whether or not SWAT actually knows that there's a team moving in alongside them.
I'm pretty sure Unique knows SWAT's there. More than likely, they heard them as well. So this will be an interesting one. Curious to find out if Unique decides to go for the engagements or just carry on as they were planning. But we're back to this very, quiet standoff, right, between Mad Knights and G3. And 1 million in the mix there as well. Sorry, it was the 1 million that's hanging around. So they, I think, are aware that G3 is over across there. I'm just not sure if G3 has seen them yet.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that, right? Because the current plays coming through here from G3, they don't look like they have the information on as to where 1 million could be situated. And even looking at what we see now come through from 1 million, they've also now opted for a little bit of a 2-1-1 split. So they are looking quite comfortable and confident in their current setup, as we can see. But they can't ride on that high for too long, as we know. There's several teams now also just looking to move up a little bit more as we're waiting to see where this next phase is going to be going. Triple Esports still surprisingly holding on towards that far southern position. And now they've got their work cut out for them. They have to still look to see if they can find a way to rotate in. But looking at that southern side of the zone, there's not a lot of options really for them to rotate into. So maybe east or north. So it's going to be quite the wide rotation we could be seeing coming through from them.
I think they're going to struggle a little bit. They're so far out of the game right now. They're going to have to move up, and I think they're going to get hit by a lot of teams. You're going to see lots of battles happening now, though. Not a lot of ground to play on, and I think most of the teams are all going to be moving to the same spot. If you take a look at the map, you obviously can't see it if you're watching at home, but we can. These teams are all just moving for the exact same spot, which means it's about to get nasty.
Yeah, it is going to get pretty dang nasty here for a lot of them. Of course, G3 now trying to see which way around they are looking to take that push. Quickly just trying to get Nacho back into, or rather Flacco back into the fight. Nacho, the one doing the rezzing. Now as we can see Cryptics. Senke, up on the hill. Tries to laser on down, but a good response being put out there by Nacho. Finding a little bit of damage on towards them. but still finding themselves in a tricky position, right? North is relatively quiet, so they can actually afford to take that fight, at least for the time being. But the rest of the teams, they're not finding themselves in such a luxurious position. I mean, looking at SWAT 69 and Unique, still outside of zone, but both these teams have to find a way in.
Both of these teams need to find a way in. Triple Esports, I mean, they've got one member in a vehicle. I'm just surprised by how long it's taken these three teams, so specifically Unique and SWAT 69, obviously trying to get into these battles doesn't help. Triple Esports, they're going to struggle if they don't get in here quicker, just because all these other teams are going to set themselves up so nicely. And then you know how it goes on Sanhok. You're just going to watch the edge pick players off as they come running in. So a little bit of a weird play from those three teams, specifically Triple, who's still in the blue. Makes no sense to me. But right now, of course, we're looking at the battles that are going to commence. This is what it's all about. When we play on Sanhok, we love the firefights, and this is what we're going to see as all these teams converge together into the same spaces.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will bring alongside with them. But now, Intruder still looking to kind of defend their compounds here. We did see the players there from Zero Tolerance over towards that eastern side, but 1 million moving up on the high ground just behind them. So it is going to be a little bit of a tricky play for Intruder to come through from this one. Eflex, of course, just scouting it out. Not quite sure whether or not they've seen those angles, but Zero Tolerance definitely have. As Omar now gets knocked on down, it is up to Weiss, Potato, and Rauf to keep it all together. Some good spread out approaches coming through there from Zero Tolerance. But now that zone, once again, just starting to close on through. We see blue zone nearly done. The teams will have to reposition once again. And this is where the position going through from 1 million could actually be working out for them, because they still have that high ground. And once Intruder starts rotating out, that is where they could then start being picked off by either Umbra or Zero Tolerance, or even the players coming through from 1 million. I'll even go so far as to add Unique into that equation as well.
I think 1 million's in a really nice spot. I do think that you're 100% right. They've set themselves up nicely. They're able to look around. They're able to watch their back, which is really important. So it'll be curious. We are about to see where the next zone is going to pop. So this will be important because it will determine whether or not 1 million actually is set up in the right spot. And look, I think that they still are quite comfortable. Still a bit confused by the Triple Esports situation. Not sure why they are still hanging out in the blue. They must be going through supplies like crazy players trying to heal up, which is going to be dangerous because you really want to come into the edge to rotate in and be without meds. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm not quite sure what the approach is coming through for Triple Esports. They are gonna be facing quite a bit of a challenge, not only facing the blue, but also getting a good position moving into these later few phases, seeing that we still have 14 teams remaining. Of course, Intruder also now in a bit of a position here to gatekeep those teams still having to move in. That, of course, will be the players from Mad Knight, as well as SWAT 69 and Unique coming in from those more southern angles. Lusail, however, will have a rather easy rotation pushing in from the west. But now 1 million looking to leverage their high ground angles here, and Intruder could face quite a bit of difficulty getting out of this position.
I'm very surprised considering how little space the teams had early on. I'm rather surprised by the fact that they haven't really had as many engagements as I was thinking. They seem to have been able to keep it cool, keep it collected, and disengage from too many complicated situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing that we see come through from the teams, right? They are able to speed up Miramar, but then at the same time slow down Sanhok, which is a map we usually see going by relatively quickly. And I mean, the team's just trying to, I wouldn't say, it's like they're trying to just extend the time that they can spend on this map. Of course, we know there's only so much time for them really to utilize here, but they are trying to really be selective with the engagements that they choose to get into. They are at some point going to be forced to take engagements because at this current rate, we're going to be seeing 14 teams moving into potentially the 4th or even the 5th phase as well. So a lot of pressure will be riding on these teams, looking to see whether or not they'll be able to keep that pressure up. But now it is down to the positions over in the southern side. We've got the players here from Unique coming in with that 2-2 split, right? We got Chills holding up alongside their teammate Winky on the edge of that zone. The rest of the squad positioned up ahead. Zero tolerance, focusing their efforts on towards Intruder. We see situated west of them. Triple Esports now also coming under fire. So they're looking for a bit of an opening, looking to see if they can get a way to get themselves secured. But it is looking pretty worse for wear here, as we can see Thor and the rest of the squad still riding that blue. Meanwhile, the players from Mad Knight setting up a bit of a gatekeep here. We can see Beast already getting taken down, but Agent 47 Kato also right there to provide a little bit of that support. And Sam, this is now where we look to see what Mad Knight is going to be doing, because Zamo has that position on the island.
Has the position, and look at this, Triple Esports finally coming in to try and do something. They've got some eyes on Mad Knight. Are they going to be able to get in there? Still so far away. It blows my mind. And look at the space now. All these teams are going to have to move in, but this is what I was talking about with Triple Esports. You can see that the injury level is quite high. They're going to have to be healing up a lot. Little to no health available to them. No extra med packs. They're going to get picked off. Like, look at Mad Knight's just going to be able to, it is going to be like shooting fish in a barrel for them. Triple Esports is so damaged. Still don't understand what that rotate is. So I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to focus on what's happening with all the other teams who all seem to be choosing to rotate. The majority are choosing to rotate in from the south, which is interesting. So it might be a nice space for the likes of Blackjack Esports to come in from the northeast, because it doesn't seem like they'll be contested much there.
Yeah, and I'm also quite interested to see what Super Young Stars are going to be doing with their position up in towards Paradise. We can see down south, it is just chaos, right? We got Unique, we got Zero Tolerance, we got Intruder, we got Umbra, all situated currently in the zone, and we still have several more teams further away on the outskirts of that zone, still having to push their way on through. But Blue Zone is starting to move in, and this is where it's going to start to become quite problematic for the teams who find themselves outside zone, because this is fourth phase. And this is where the damage really starts to increase, and it turns from a tickle coming through from that blue zone to a little bit more of a sting, and it only increases going forward.
That's the thing. So you don't really want to be in the blue zone now. This is not a good space for you, and especially on Sanhok, when there's this many teams still standing in the fourth phase. You need to know that you're coming into a big battle. So you don't want to be low on health. You don't want to be using your med packs for this. What you want to do is make sure that you are set up as securely as you possibly can be, in a comfortable position, feeling good, because chaos is about to rain down.
Yeah, I mean, it could be raining down, it could be hailing down, but at least now Six God has a potential opportunity here to try and get that raise on towards Nacho. But with the addition of Lusail right here alongside them, I do think there's going to be quite a bit of chaos unfolding. And of course, Slime going to be looking to also just capitalize on their own position, as they do have a little bit of a foothold in the zone. But they've got Cryptics alongside them. Meanwhile, G3 going to be pushing. Oh, there we go. Gets the trade-off in on towards Boyka. Rest of the sale now getting ready to rush. Down goes Wanted. Beautiful drop shot coming in from Flacco. But now, this is the problem. Blue Zone tickling away at that health. And of course, fortunately for the side of Lusail, they still have Salam in the mix. Nacho now turning their attentions to the side there of Mad Knight. As you can see, Zamo getting knocked right on down. And with that, G3 gets sent back. Lusail come in swinging.
And as you say, that Lusail heads on out. They're now done. They swung hard, so hard, in fact, that they swung themselves all the way back to the lobby. This is what I was talking about. Chaos is raining down, and while it's raining down, the blue zone is stinging a bunch of teams as well. This is exactly what we love about Sanhok. The jungle is crazy. Mad Knight is gone. This is fast. These players are dropping like flies, because this is how it goes as we move into that final phase. And also, what is scary is there is a perfect compound set up that Blackjacks has secured. Everyone else is running in. This is going to be problematic. Everyone else is going to have to move fast. Zero Tolerance is gone. 1 million is probably going to be next. But Blackjacks looks like they could potentially be set up in such a way that it's going to be really difficult for teams to contest them. Look at that. Slime's gone as well. How fast are we just losing teams?
Oh, at an insane rate. But of course, 1 million being the next team getting sent right on back. We did see Miramar there from the side of Triple Esports managing to make a quick steal. But Umbra also going to be moving in alongside the players there from the side of Cryptics. Intruder, the next team, in a little bit of trouble here, as we can see the shots now coming in their direction. Wasted, of course, also now getting hit. Omar taking a little bit of damage. That blue zone will continue to move forward. Shadow now trying to do the dance of death. And with that, Potato gets downed. It is the end of Intruder. Umbra now continue to pick up those eliminations as they push on forward. Of course, they've got 2 of their players down. For now, it is going to be Shadow and Wasted. But those reses could come through as the zone just stopped. But again, the pressure now forcing these teams right in towards Paradise. You said before, Blackjack already here, but we still have the players from Super Young Stars also sharing that occupation of Paradise. And Unique now also looking to move in from that southern side with the Cryptics coming in from the west.
Only 5 teams remaining. We lost about 5 of them very fast. Super Young Stars has been popping off on Sanhok, have they not? They have been performing out of their skin. So I'm curious to see how this goes. As I say that, so down a Blackjack Esports player. Interesting. These are strong teams left standing. Some of the best that we have. This is going to be a battle for the ages.
Yeah. Oh, now Umbra getting put up on the plate here. You can see Senke up behind the tree, keeping a very watchful eye on them. Oh, beautiful play coming through from Morteza. Absolutely fire. But, of course, Marshall just there to put an end to any of those advances coming through from Umbra. Back they go, right back into the lobby. Of course, Unique going to be moving in from the southern side. It is going to be a 4-team fight. A 4v4v3v2. Wow. All right. Moving in towards Paradise. Unique, Blackjack have controlling numbers, but will they now be able to utilize that in their favor? The first rush comes straight up in towards Charlotte. Down he goes. Like moving in. Up comes a beautiful another player's Lashin. Also goes down.
Oh, Super Young Stars. They've been popping off, but now they are popping down. Unique is just taking them out. Not like this after such a strong run from them here. It would seem like their time is up. Only 1 player left standing. And now Joker, this could just be the nade that ends it. Maybe not. Can he survive? We don't know. I don't think so. There they go. They are out. What a pity. They played so well, but Unique now. Look at them. That confidence that has come into play. The aggressive style. Is it going to be enough to win them a chicken dinner?
Well, it could definitely be paying off for them. And I mean, we just looked at Blackjack. They have not found any eliminations so far. But up comes Cryptics. Also now just going to be looking to push in on that western side. We can see if they can find a good position to move into. Of course, right up alongside Blackjack. This is where both these teams are going to be put to the test. But also we're expecting a few of those third parties to be coming through from the side of Unique. Winky holding the far position there, but oh, Marshall finds the first one into Reverb. Down they go. The rest of the squad now just huddled up down below. Nate's getting cooked up. Marshall, you're just bolting off the window, puts the shots in, but Lelouch lands the hit. Up comes Carry Boy. Down goes Zane. It is now down to MG. The Nate getting cooked. Up it comes. Carry Boy with a quick jump. Will this be the clutch? Oh, up comes the hits. And of course, it is going to be the players from Unique stealing the eliminations there. Slake coming in with a beautiful hit. Winky now just perched so beautifully on the edge there, keeping an angle on towards Cryptics. But of course, Marshall Carry Boy still a formidable force to go up against. Fortunately for Unique, Cryptics not in zone, so the blue zone is going to force their hand. But this could be quite devastating whichever way it goes.
This is really interesting the way Unique chose to play this. Very aggressive early on to take out Super Young Stars, then completely passive to let Blackjack Esports and Cryptic fight with one another. And now they're set up so nicely. It's a 4v2. Here we go. This is the final battle.
Oh, up come Carry Boy. Oh, nice. Winky spots out that push. Scope also there on the defensive line. The molly gets deployed. Oh, Carry Boy finds a bit of damage. Down he goes. It is now up to Marshall, but up comes Chills looking to push in and down. They go. The final blow being dealt there. Chills sending them backing, and with that, Unique walk away with their third winner chicken dinner. Absolutely insane performance coming in there from them, and of course they finished it off with 11 eliminations to their name.
They played that really well. Like I said earlier, if you take a look at the final battle, they obviously were very aggressive with Super Young Stars. I was quite sad about that because I think Super Young Stars the whole way through Sanhok had been aggressive. Then they were matched pace for pace, and Unique was able to take them out. And then the moment they'd done that, they just slowed right down, set themselves up, waited. That was smart. They went, okay, you know what? We're not going to take the fight. We're going to wait for these teams to take one another out. You saw Cryptics and Blackjack Esports have the battle. The moment Blackjack was down, Cryptics was confident, feeling good. Only 2 players, and Unique then came in and finished it off. Obviously had to put up a bit of a fight because Cryptics, as we know, top team, strong players. They weren't going to go down without that fight. But Unique did a fantastic job, and well done to them. Chicken dinner. There's only one left. One more win available. How many teams sitting on donuts? I believe it's 2 or 3. So there's going to be some teams moving into the finals without ever claiming a chicken dinner during Super Weekend. So that's not going to be cool. I wonder if it will be a team that's never had a chicken dinner who will win the final Erangel game. Wouldn't that be a nice way to end the final Super Weekend?
Yeah, it would be absolutely a fantastic thing to do. And of course, we know it's going to be phenomenal for that team morale. As we know, tomorrow is going to be time for finals. So there's not a lot of time really in between moving from Super Weekend straight into the finals. The teams will have actually a great opportunity to just continue with the momentum that they've been able to build up coming through on the performances here today. So it is going to be quite exciting to see what they will bring. But I have to agree with you. Yes, it could be quite entertaining to see any of those teams still in need of winner chicken dinners being able to find them in that final match. But it is going to be a fight. Of course, we know it is going to be Darkness, Intruder, as well as the players from Triple Esports who are yet to find a winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. But again, a very, very satisfying and very entertaining Sanhok being played there once again.
For sure. And of course, Triple Esports, they might not have had a chicken dinner, but they did get enough points to make themselves available for finals, which is really exciting. We won't see a lot of them because I think they came out relatively early, stuck in the blue during Sanhok. But let's take a look at some of the highlights to see if we can spot our other favorite teams.
I mean, I gotta say, looking at that, right, Morteza is just an absolute beast. Those shots that we saw coming through from Morteza just on point. But also Flacco put up a really strong performance. But looking at Unique coming into those final phases up in towards Paradise, they just looked so confident and comfortable. Right, so relaxed, not being too phased. And I mean, Slyke taking that beautiful engagement there from Super Young Stars, rushing right in towards him. It just looked so effortless. So definitely got to commend these teams really playing a very, very beautiful Sanhok. And, you know, that's what we love to see coming in here.
A little bit of chaos. I must say, I think that there are 6 or 7 teams that are head and shoulders above everyone else, and it's going to be really interesting in the finals. I'll be watching as a spectator, but those teams, I think, are the ones that you'll need to be watching. They are going to rise above. Unique, for me, is one of them. There's a few others, Cryptics, without a doubt, G3, but for me, Uniques is a team that you really have to watch carefully. The way that they rotate, their positioning is really good. Sometimes they lose the firefights. Wasn't the case on Sanhok, and as you can see, that chicken dinner and those 11 elimination points are going to go down really well. But I do think that they're a team that is one to watch in the finals. Interesting that Blackjack Esports got themselves into 3rd place without a single elimination. They camped themselves in that compound and then just didn't move.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's also like achievement in game where you need to try and finish strong without any eliminations. Not quite sure if that was their goal in this one, but 10 points coming in, that is not going to hurt anybody, no matter which way you look at that. And of course, Super Young Stars also coming in with their 12 points there, and we just see a few of the teams putting in some strong efforts. But if we look onto the second page, this is where we see G3 and SWAT both not picking up any of those placement points, but rather picking up 5 eliminations each.
Nice aggressive play. They'll be happy with that. Do you know who's disappointed me a little bit today? And only when I say disappointed because I possibly have quite high expectations for them based on previous performances. Lusail Esports, that they're normally right up there. They just haven't had a good day. And I know that's how it goes. Sometimes it's just not your day. But I was expecting a little bit more from them today. And as we take a look at the overall rankings, you can see, as I say that, they've actually dropped a position. So they were in third spot coming into today. They've been in third spot up until now, but now Team Umbra has pushed them out of that third position and is now sitting in the third spot. Lusail drops to fourth. Cryptics head and shoulders above everyone else. Let's not even talk about the gap that they've created. I am curious about the Lusail position. Of course, again, none of this matters, right? You've qualified for finals. What's important is which teams make the top 16. But maybe they won't be too confident coming into tomorrow based on tonight's performance, or alternatively, they're just playing it easy because they want to move into finals strong.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one of many things, but yeah, of course, that final opportunity for Darkness, Intruder, and Triple to pick up a chicken along the way still on the table. But looking at what we saw from the results there, we did see G3 also being only 3 points away from breaking into 400 points for their Super Weekend performances. So some really strong plays coming in here. But of course, we know the teams are looking to push as hard as they can in what is left of the total event here. We know it is going to be just one more Erangel to go. That is it. Once it's done, it is locked in, signed, sealed, almost delivered. But that is going to be it.
It is going to be the final game. This is the exciting one. Obviously, the teams now know who's making the top 16. It's just to play for that chicken dinner for an extra little bit of cash. This is the final opportunity for them to show off. It's the final opportunity for Mad Knight and SWAT 69 to potentially get a chicken dinner before they're gone. So, yeah, all to play for. And also one last opportunity for everyone in the chat, DK.
Yeah, of course, we know we'd love to hear what the viewers are thinking. They can let us know on social media. Please head on over to either Facebook or Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa and tell us, who do you think is going to be the team to pick up that final winner chicken dinner right here today. But yes, as you've mentioned, we've got something for the viewers as well. The lucky drop, Sam.
The lucky drop, of course, all you need to do is just participate in the live chat on the Facebook page or YouTube page for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. And you can answer a question. If you've been watching, the question's easy. You'll know the answer and you can win one of those cool skins.
Yeah, quite some cool skins we've got there. But of course, on that, we are going to be making our way into our final break right here of Super Weekend. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back after that. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League, the final match of the Africa Spring Split 2022 Super Weekend is right here, the last one. And here we go. Of course, the teams making their way through, starting over on that Sosnovka military island, heading straight across towards Georgiapol, over on towards that northwestern side. Now, this is where we look to see who will be the team to walk away with that final winner chicken dinner.
Only one more chicken up for grabs. Who is going to take it? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. We'll try and see how they're going to do. Lots of teams dropping on military there. Looks like there's 3 different teams doing that. Interesting. Unique might go there as well. No, as I say that they're moving out. Curious drops. And of course, I'm more curious to find out where the zone is going to pop. Are we going to have a little bit of chaos in the final game, or are we going to play nice? We've got very nice zones for the final day of Super Week. Everything's been pretty central and easy enough. A little bit of spice at Sanhok, but for the most part, teams have been able to handle them quite well, DK.
Yeah, they have indeed. And of course, now speaking about that spice, we do see the players from 1 million now looking to spice things up for the Super Young Stars over in towards that military base. And of course, the zone sitting quite comfortably, not too crazy for the teams. I do think, you know, they'll have a relatively cool, calm time here to make their way around, to get themselves situated. But we do see quite a few teams still over on towards this western side. But I'm liking that, as Ez would put it, the Skittles pack heading in the direction there of kind of Pachinki, that, you know, the Potato Hill. There's a lot of teams in that region.
Do you like Skittles? I'm more of a Jelly Tots fan, if I'm honest. Or Astros. Actually,
Smarties.
It's Astros. No, it's Astros. Astros wins. Astros. And you know what else wins? You, if you answer the question that's dropping in the chat right now on either YouTube or Facebook. If you get the question correct, you could win one of the items that are available on the lucky drop draw. We're going to have an Astros Smartie fight, but we'll probably do it after the game. Let's take a look now at what's happening here. I think it's going to be pretty chilled to start us off. My feeling is maybe 1 or 2 early fights and then everyone else waiting out. Pretty safe zone as well. I don't think it's going to shift anywhere absurd, but I've been wrong before. So I think this is going to be a very clean Erangel, and this is just an opportunity to show your opponents, because you all know who's now in the top 16, show your opponents who the stronger teams are. Super Young Stars, Cryptics, G3, Unique. You know what they're going to do. They want to dominate in this lobby because they want to make sure that going into finals tomorrow, teams are scared of you.
Yeah, and that is definitely a good mental game to be playing, as we've been seeing the teams already playing quite an interesting strategic game. But yes, you know, that mental approach is definitely an option for teams looking to just lay a bit of a worrying track for themselves coming into tomorrow's performances. But it's going to be interesting to see what the teams will now do. As we know, Super Young Stars, they have the players from 1 million up in military base alongside them, but it does seem like Super Young Stars are going to be looking to maybe reposition elsewhere. Intruder, meanwhile, also not too phased. They are completely uncontested up in towards the Nova crate, so they can just go about their business as they please. But what's interesting to see, though, is the players from Mad Knight. We've got Beast, and I believe that is Kingerman. Also now just, you know, rotating around, looking to see who's actually held up in the vicinity.
I think that it's just about scouting out the space, right? I don't think anyone wants an early fight. I think everyone's just going, except, I mean, I take it back. This is Mad Knight. I've watched him the whole Super Weekend. Mad Knight loves an early fight. I think that they're hunting. They probably are hunting for another team to fight, because that's how they play. But I think for everyone else, they want to possibly just avoid any fights. Send a scout out, say, okay, cool, we know that there's a team here and a team here and a team here. Let's just keep away from them for the time being, because everyone wants the final chicken dinner. It comes with cash. Who doesn't want a free meal with some cash?
Yeah. At least you know, they can buy a little bit more than just a meal. Maybe, you know, maybe 2, maybe 3. Who knows? Depends on where they shop. But now,
I was going to say, where are you shopping that you can only buy 2 meals with that much money? DK, living the bougie lifestyle.
I wish, hey, I wish. But of course, now Thor having a little bit of a bougie run there, right? Picking up that first elimination. So that's probably as much as a bouginess we're going to be seeing here, because yeah, I think I'm very far from that.
It was a little bit of a slap and tickle there. I think the triple just saw it, took an easy shot and took down the member. Unfortunately, now G3 down to 3. They very quickly moved away. I don't think that was I think that was just a lucky take. One of those situations where you look, you see the little movements and you go, oh, look at that. Ping. That's what's happened there. But now putting G3 down to 3 players, never a nice one to have to go into so early in. We're not even really in phase 2 of the game. And like I said, everyone else is really just looking for a quiet lead up into, I would say, phase 4, phase 5. Probably won't happen, but that's what they're all hoping for.
Yeah, like what I'm curious to see though is because I'm sitting here staring at the leaderboard, right? I mean, I'm curious to see what Team Umbra is going to be doing in this final match because they are only 25 points away from where G3 currently is situated, right? Now, already we saw one of the players from G3 getting taken down early on. And I'm curious to see how this is actually going to unfold for G3, whether or not they're going to be looking to get super aggressive and just, you know, just blaze through everybody. As we said, you know, like they're looking to get a potential strategy set up, you know, leading up to tomorrow's performances.
I think it's just about dominating the teams right now. So if you want to make a big scene in the finals, a lot of it comes down to not just the way you play, but also your mental game. So mentally, if you have an advantage over the other teams, that's going to play in your favor. So right now, I think that's what teams want to do. So the Umbras, the Uniques, the Cryptics, they kind of want to finish on top just because at the end of the day, that's going to make other teams a little bit more scared of you.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. And of course, now already the players here from SWAT69 feeling the pressure as they've been trying to push into G3, but actually Unique sneaking in from behind, coming in with those third-party hits, taking down 2 of their players, or rather 1 of their players so far. But now let's see whether or not SWAT will be able to apply the pressure onto G3, as we can see beautiful spread coming out. I mean, Flacco, Buden, and of course 6. Also just looking for those approaches, those angles on towards SWAT. But again, SWAT not making much noise, so it is quite difficult now for G3 actually to get a good idea of where they exactly are.
I take back what I just said about teams avoiding early engagements, though, because I'm watching the map as this G3 SWAT 69 weird face-off is happening. And there's just a host of teams kind of coming into the vicinity, jumped into vehicles and are moving towards them as well. Obviously, probably didn't hear them. It's too far. But I don't think that SWAT 69 and G3 realize that Super Young Stars is right near them. Triple Esports is starting to descend. 1 million as well, all within the vicinity. There could be an early fighter. And I think if they start hearing bullets, maybe might come to look and see what's happening. And we could have a third party on a third party on a third party. Or they could all just leave the vicinity and everything I've said means absolutely nothing, DK.
Yeah, we don't know until it happens, but here we go now. G3 looking to push in on with the players here from SWAT. As you can see, Sabir, oh, beautiful trade getting picked up onto 6, but Buden looking to close that one up. Also down he goes, Flacco swinging in from the back end, and down they go. SWAT making their way back into the lobby. That is the end of the road for them right there, but it's not going to be the end of the road for the engagements for G3, as you've mentioned. We've got so many teams held up in the vicinity. We got Umbra to the north. We got Super Young Stars over to the east. We got 1 million, as well as the players coming through there from Triple Esports and Mad Knight, just hovering around over on towards this western front. So that is going to be quite the hot and heated position to play around. But now, Agent sending a little bit of a welcoming nade out towards Thor and Fromar for their quick to response. Thor now getting down right there. Fromar, the next one to move in, but down goes Agent 47. Of course, now Fromar coming under fire, as well as we see Zamo picking up a beautiful ranged hit there. Kingerman pushing in with the vehicle. And this is a beautiful exchange we see coming in between both Triple and Mad Knight.
Mad Knight's obviously not really a team that wants to go out first alongside SWAT 69 because that will be the end of the road for them in PMPL Africa. Triple Esports, they secured their spot in the top 16. It's not over for them yet, but they definitely want to get a few more points on the board and maybe finish 15th as opposed to 16th. But look at this, very open. Look there though. 1 million is hanging around at the bottom. Are they going to come up and try and have this fight? Could potentially happen. Between Triple, though, and Mad Knight, I don't think anyone's leaving this. I think that they are going to fight it out to the bitter end. As I say that, no, Mad Knights are using the car for coverage or choosing to do the wraparound. Can't quite see to figure it out. Triple Esports just healing everyone up now as Mad Knight using the cover, coming in. What is their game plan here? I'm trying to figure it out. Normally when it's Mad Knight, it means they're going to fight. That's their vibe. But you know, wonders tend to happen. It's the final game. They could decide to disappear. Nice little nade there, takes down someone. AWM is gone. Kingerman's doing some good work with his utilities. I shouldn't be play-by-playing, DK. I don't know why I started doing that. Off you go.
Oh, well, here we go. Of course, not Triple Mad Knight trying to get those shots. We did see G3 coming in with a few third-party hits onto them as well. Now, Master Thor just trying to stay as low down as they can. Thor actually finding a beautiful nade now in retaliation, and down they go. Mad Knight getting backed on away, and of course, 1 million, as you've mentioned, looking to come capitalizing in on the chaos we had. Thor getting picked up as Black Lost sends in a beautiful nade. Master now the last remaining hopeful for the side here of Triple, but 1 million moving in their numbers are going to be looking to play a little bit of that rush and awe approach. Will they find the angles onto Master? Gets spotted. Oh, Eflex now in hot pursuits. Come on, gets out. Will he get it in? Puts the shots in. No, tree's in the way. Unfortunately, Eflex not getting that final hit, that final confirmation. But of course, we also now see Intruder up against Scope here from Unique.
And before we get into this fight, I do think it is rather fitting that the two teams to exit the game, the last game of Super Weekend, to leave are the two teams that unfortunately did not qualify. So SWAT 69 and Mad Knights. I have to give them props that they came into Super Weekend with hardly any points. And both days, I think the first 2 days, both those teams really just leveled up. SWAT 69 especially, I think they went from single digits all the way up into double digits. So well played to both of them. The end of the line though for PMPL Africa, for those teams, we bid them farewell. But thank you for putting on such a good show for all of us.
Yeah, I have to 100% agree with what you said just there. It was so great to see them putting in the efforts that they did coming in on towards the battlefield, and it was quite entertaining to see them, you know, just play some good plays there. Of course, as you said, right, they were able to find some good points coming in over just the first 2 days. But it is the way the Battle Royales work. It is pretty tough competition right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And it's called the Pro Leagues for a reason. It is hella tough. As we can see now, still 14 teams left to fight it out. Looking at the positioning of the teams, just all funneling into zone. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards that center zone where we already see Unique taking up occupation.
This is fascinating. Everyone's coming in aggressive here. You can actually see how fast everyone's moving in. I think that the teams are ready. They want to do strats for grand finals. They want to sit down and be able to VOD review. They need time to do that. So they've all decided that, you know what, final game of Super Weekend. We all know we've secured our spots. Let's just go ham and we have a bit of time to VOD review. That's my impression from what I'm seeing here, because everyone is just racing into the fight. Unique, though, got a nice little spot here, setting themselves up to potentially pick off some 1 million members.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, it looks so great to see it, though. I mean, it's very satisfying, all the aggression that we have coming in from these teams. But now, still a few strategies looking to be played here. Unique, holding onto their compound. You can see Winky now just trying to utilize that roof. The shots, of course, finding their way up towards them. But it is a little bit more of a spread out approach. And it does seem like both 1 million and G3 and potentially even Umbra could be all focusing their efforts in on towards Unique. I mean, we could even include the players from Intruder in that equation as well.
Definitely. It looks like they're picking on them, but I do think that also comes from just like a lack of scouting. So they've come in, they've seen that Unique's there, we're going to go for Unique, not necessarily realizing that there's a host of teams around Unique that they could potentially play from. What's interesting is G3 is so close and they've just kept so quiet during all of this. So everyone else is taking picks. G3's kept them. Look at this. Teammates with a little bit of a bumper car crashing. That's always fun.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Always quite interesting to see what these vehicles do and where these players end up going. But of course, now Cryptics looking to establish themselves a little bit more on towards the western side of the zone. We do see Umbra just hovering about towards that eastern side, the northeast. But also, they've got a beautiful line of sight all the way down on towards the players there from Intruder. So, I mean, Intruder, they need to be super careful with how they take these players. You can see, of course, it is going to be Zeus from Slime 4KT, applying a little bit of pressure on towards Lusail, all the way up in towards the northwestern region of the zone. But look at the positioning of the teams. You know, still a lot of cramming coming into this more centralized zone.
Lots of cramming, but I'm going to be interested to see where the zone shifts now, because that's going to potentially change things up a bit. Lusail was having quite an ugly battle up there. Look at that shift. So this is going to be great for Lusail. If they can get out of that firefight, they can set themselves up really nice. Virtual Gaming as well has a good spot. But all these teams that were moving in towards the south have now all got to move back up into the new zone. And I think that that's going to cause a little bit of chaos, because they're all coming in at pretty much the same spot.
Yeah, now it's all going to come down to those essential key positions being taken hold of as quickly as the teams possibly can. Of course, Lusail, as you said, right, getting themselves out of that firefight. It did seem like Slime was looking to contest them, but now starting to back off and heading a little bit further down south. Meanwhile, it is going to be an absolute bloodfest now into the compound. It is going to be Darkness and Virtual Gaming fighting it out for control of the compound. Alpha Luigi going to town right there, looking to get those confirmations in. Momen is down. But will this now be the end of the road? Tornado. Oh, beautiful surprise shot right onto one shot. Now up comes Petrox, gets the trade. Down he goes. Tornado just kicking up a storm.
This is fascinating to me, this entire fight racing in there. Virtual Gaming is now done. Darkness just went, you know what, we know you there. I get to use it again. We're going to yeet right on in. And that's what they did.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful plays coming in. I'm loving the action just breaking out on the map. And GG's to Tornado there, just holding their own. But of course, it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Unique pulling up alongside Blackjack, who's also now having G3 sharing the space here with them. So 3 teams fighting it out in the south. We got Slime pulling up on 1 million, 1 million pulling up on Slime. It is just chaos erupting on the screen. Cryptics just hammering away from the north. At least 2 of the players are. Slime now packing their bags, heading back into the lobby. That is the end of the road. Super Young Stars also finding the end of their road, and still 11 teams remain.
So it's VOD review time. That's what this is. It's let's get going. We need to sit down and prep for finals. We know we're in. This is fun though. If you're watching at home, of course, for us, we know who are the 16 teams, but this is just a really fun way to watch who's got the best shot, really, because this aggression is what makes it fun. You can see here now it's quieting down a little bit. Unique knows G3's there, so you can see that they've spotted them. I don't know if G3 knows Unique's there, and I also don't know if either of them realize that Blackjacks and Cryptics are hanging around as well. This could be quite an interesting fight. Cryptics has just taken a shot at Blackjacks, which means Unique and G3 are probably aware. This is quite a fun one because we've got 4 teams in the mix. Who is going to play? Who's going to third party? Who's going to avoid?
Yeah, and they actually in a very suitable place, right? They're in farm, so they are going to be looking to farm those eliminations now, as they have a great angle. I mean, come on, I can't stop it. It's the last map. I have to do it. But of course,
you do it.
Unique.
Keep going.
Trying to hammer away from that western side. They also got a good line of sight down south on towards G3. Buden picking up the window, Sleek. Oh, down they go. And now Cryptics looking to maybe just bring in something happening, as we've got Carryboy and Marshall. So we can see position close to center zone. Umbra, Zero Tolerance, Lusail, and Darkness taking a little bit more of a calculated approach, just trying to play the more quieter regions up towards the north. But now zone shifting into the chaos, and this is what we've been waiting for. What a way to close off the final match of the day with pure chaos. Just going crazy.
This is going to be problematic because we know, we were just watching, there is a battle going on between Blackjacks, Cryptics, G3, Unique. All the teams that are now rotating in, Lusail's coming in with their cars, are just going to come in to go hardcore. As you can see, Lusail's driving straight in to get into the fire. The problem is those teams that are busy fighting, the ones I just mentioned in the center, they don't see what's happening around the zone. That's why Lusail could drive in at the speed that they did and take over. That's going to happen with all these teams. If you start looking around, they're all jumping into cars because they've realized that there's a fight happening there. No one's going to know that they exist. And now, here's where we are. Darkness is out. Unique is still there. Lusail has driven themselves into the mix. They've got 1 person down, but they've still got 2 players. It is going to turn into a bloodbath.
It is going to be pure insanity. I mean, we've not really seen the teams popping off like this. Everyone just getting right down to business. But as you said, right, it's bot review time. So they are going to be looking to get as aggressive as they possibly can. Of course, the players here for 1 million are going to be rushing in, picking up those eliminations. Lelouch is going to be the last one left now for Blackjack. Sends out the nade towards Lusail. Boyka Salam with a quick, slight reposition, but nothing too drastic. Of course, now it is going to be 1 million looking to hammer away onto the players from the side of Cryptics. Meanwhile, Intruder making their way into the lobby. Zero Tolerance rushing on forward. Up comes Skydo. Lord. Oh, the hits raining on down. Dexter getting traded on off as well. Vortex super low on health. Now, Skydo looking to just come in and support the teammate there. About 1 million in such a good position. Cryptics just raining down on them as well. Eflex not having many options left. Vortex really managing to get the health bar back into the more suitable position as they look to see whether or not they can get Dexter. And indeed, they do. Vortex and Knight. Eflex, everyone just huddling down, trying to stay as low and as hidden as they possibly can. Morteza also going to be coming through, swinging there as the players from Triple Esports now make their way back into the lobby. So pretty much all the teams now positioned in the zone. As we can see, it is going to be a fight for the compounds. Oh, but who will be the team to walk away with that chicken? We still don't know.
I don't know which team will walk away with the chicken dinner, but a team to watch is Team Umbra. They've kept themselves out of all the chaos. They're now rotating in. They're playing on the edge. Everyone else is in the middle of these compounds fighting, which means no one's seen Umbra coming in. That's given them really easy access. This is smart from them. They played passively when everyone else was playing aggressive. They could actually set themselves up for a second chicken dinner if they do this smart. I would, if I was them, I'd play on the edge a little bit. I would avoid this confrontation currently happening, the fuffle, if you like, that's going down in the middle here with everyone. Just wait it out. The zone has just shifted. They're nice on the edge still. That's Umbra. Everyone else will move in. The compounds are still at play. That's the big thing that everyone's fighting off. If you're Team Umbra, keep passive. Stay back. You could just claim yourself a chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely they could be looking to do exactly that. As we can see, you know, they have also now looked to apply a bit of that 2-2 split. Not a major split, but still a split, right? We can see Shadowin also now just trying to hold that position alongside Morteza. While inside the zone, it is still going to be so chaotic. Skydo now having hit after hit coming in their direction. With that, the confirmation is locked in. Zero Tolerance down to Vortex. Of course, Cryptics now rotating around towards the eastern side, as we can see Gary Boy and Marshall looking to play on that edge. They've got a beautiful line of sight now on towards the side of Umbra. Of course, Winky coming under fire as well. Oh, it's going to be a crazy fight. Umbra now trying to see if they can find a way to get up to those compounds. Meanwhile, looking to take every and any opportunity they find along the way, even if it is going to be Lazy Boy coming through from the side of Cryptics. A quick retaliation coming through from Gary Boy onto Wasted as he now too gets down. Wow, some crazy shooting from out in the shack. But now Cryptics also have to rotate their way further in towards that zone. As we can see a little bit of the play coming through. Oh, beautiful angles from Morteza. Gary Boy quick there for the little bit of support to come on in. But it's still going to be a lot of pressure coming into that zone.
Cryptics is stuck in that Umbra knows where they are, and I just think Umbra has the man advantage. But I do worry that now Umbra's given away their position. That's probably not going to work in their favor, especially against a team like Cryptics that can handle pressure very well. I wonder if Cryptics is going to continue with this firefight, or if they're going to start. You can see that they're now looking towards Lusail. But they've actually got to look after themselves on either side. You can see there on the left that they've got Lusail and a bunch of other teams. On the right that they've got Team Umbra. That's going to be problematic for them when they need to start moving at some point. But right now, look at this. This is going to be that big battle at the end. Lots of bullets, lots of nades flying, and I think people don't even know which team is which anymore. That's the point we're at. Lusail goes down.
Wow. All right, so Cryptics playing a good opportunistic angle there, just swooping in, and with that, sending Lusail back. And it is now down to our final 6 teams. Blackjack down to 1, Zero Tolerance down to 1, Cryptics potentially down to 1, unless, of course, they can get that res in on towards Scary Boy. But then G3 sitting on 2. We've got Umbra sitting on 4. Unique still sitting on 4 as well. So this could be the game for Umbra or Unique to take that winner chicken dinner. But it is going to still be quite the bloody fight coming through from all these teams as the zone now moves up in favor of both Unique and Umbra.
The unique Umbra fight that you're seeing right now is problematic for Umbra. I mentioned earlier their positioning was good, but now it's not because Unique has the privilege of buildings to help them along, right? So a little bit of concrete walling between them and the opposition. They get to see Team Umbra a lot more and in terms of their movement, and obviously Umbra doesn't necessarily get to see Unique. Saying that though, they have been able to down 2 of the Unique's members, so it could be a situation where Umbra, with their aggressive style of play, we've seen it before, if they just push on the building itself, may be able to take out Unique. Unique now struggling to see where they are, have been able to raise those 2 other players though, so we're back to a 4v4.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they'll be able to get that push. I mean, Unique also now getting the players all back. Oh, look at those health bars. All sitting on exactly the same. Everyone being able to pop a quick med kit there, just ensuring that their health bar is at least adequate to take any fights. Of course, now we do see a beautiful knock coming in onto the side of Umbra. Oh, Shadowin in a little bit of trouble. Morteza down for the time being. Oh, Zero Tolerance getting sent back, but still Unique looking to play these angles. Winky now just popping out the window. Down to 5 teams we go. PRZ under a little bit of pressure. But we have Lelouch from Blackjack also just cautiously waiting on the back end. It does seem like Umbra's trying to reach all the way across to potentially where the Cryptics are situated, or even send those mollies all the way up in towards Unique. Not quite sure. We couldn't really see where that path was going, but they are fighting on both fronts. Oh, the head comes into chills. There we go. All right, so now it is up to Winky, Scope. Let's see whether or not the shots will come in. Ooh, Umbra still trying to find that opening. Beautiful play coming through from Gary Boy, picking up Lelouch. Down to 4 we go. It is going to be G3. It is going to be Umbra, Unique, and Cryptics looking to fight it out.
G3 and Cryptics are renowned for playing the slow game in these final games. They completely go passive. They remove themselves from any of the fighting, and they wait for teams to have it out, and then third party at the end. I think that that's what Cryptics and G3 are trying to do now. They know Unique and Umbra are having this fight. They're just waiting to see who takes which team out first. As I say that, though, Umbra's like, you know what, we're actually not going to entertain this anymore. We're going to shoot anything that moves, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, and with that, of course, they send Cryptics right back into the lobby. Now, look at this. They find even more knocks. The zone not even being in their favor, but they actually have a slight bit of an opportunity here, as Unique has to kind of get out of the hiding angles for them to land those blows. And this now presents a beautiful opportunity for Umbra to come rushing on forward. As you can see, a few nades now getting sent up as well. That Molly not exactly finding the position they would have hoped. You can see Slyke now quickly looking to reposition. Winky also having to retreat to get those meds in. Flacco 6 also applying pressure from the opposite end. Wasted picking up chills. Oh, down goes Winky, down goes Scoop. Absolutely insane. Slyke, the last one left now for the side of Unique. Oh, devastation erupting onto the screen. Unique down to 0 as they get sent back. G3 holding on to it. It's going to be 6 and Flacco up against the full squad of Umbra. For Shadowin about to get res up. Should they consider doing that? Flacco now trying to play the angle up to the tree. Oh, beautiful rush coming in from 6. Finds a few deadly blows. But now, up to Flacco it goes. Oh, and down they are. Umbra picks up the final winner with a chicken dinner. 2 chickens on the final day. Beautiful stuff coming in for them. And of course, 9 eliminations to their name alongside that chicken. What a beautiful way to close off this final match.
They finally got it after 3 weeks of talking about them getting a chicken dinner during Super Weekends. They got 2. And of course, they played that very well. Called it early on where I said they stayed out of all the chaos. Everyone else was jumping on one another, getting into the zone very fast, lots of aggression, fun to watch. But Umbra chose not to do that in the mid game. They chose to back off. They chose to wait. They came in, they played the edge of the zones as opposed to jumping into the center where everyone else was. They did do a 2-2 split where I think that they actually sent out some scouts, which made them realize that all the other teams were congregating in that one space. They hung back, waited till the end. I think it was the 4th phase where they finally made that push, and it benefited them because they were in a situation then where, one, everyone else had to use a lot of their meds to heal up, to res other teammates. So they were low on reds, low on utils, which we saw the way that they shared their meds to try and get their health bars equal. That was because they knew that they had to be careful about how much they spent in terms of what they still had in their pockets. So Umbra was really smart about playing that slow, and then they just patiently waited to pop everyone off. I thought Cryptics or G3 might get the step on them if Unique was able to do more damage, but Unique wasn't, and Umbra gets their second chicken dinner. I said at the start of the show that I was not sure if they would DK, but obviously that was purely just a ploy because, opposites. We say no, they get their chicken dinner. That I'm going with that. That's the excuse I'm going to use for not having faith.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra taking it even one step further, just doubling down on that, right? Not only picking up their first chicken, but also picking up the final chicken of Super Weekend. So, an absolutely fantastic day coming through for the side there of Umbra. But we saw them do the exact same thing coming through in the league play as well. So, again, a great surprise performance coming through there from Umbra. Great to see those chicken dinners getting awarded. But I got to say, what a satisfying zone shift it has been coming into this last few phases. I mean, the teams all just opting for aggression, just come rushing on forward and just playing some really entertaining PUBG right there.
For sure, and I think everyone, like I said earlier, I mean, it is the smart thing to do. Finals are coming up. You want to VOD review, you want to start planning, you want to start prepping for that. You've made the top 16. So now it's just a chance for you to have a little bit of fun. And as we say that aggression, that fun, here's some of the highlights. You get to relive it all over again.
I mean, you guys sort of commend Umbra for the sheer aggression that they were showing coming in those last few phases. I mean, looking back at those highlights once again, it does seem like the odds were working kind of against them as they came in not really having much cover to use, and Unique just being positioned up on the high ground, as you said, being able to see Umbra more than Umbra could see them. But Umbra just playing that so beautifully and capitalizing on the fact that once the hits comes through, the players want to ensure their health bars need to be in optimal position, and that kind of buys them a little bit of time to then get that, get those angles in. And once Umbra got that opening, it was just pure pushing coming through there from them. So once again, beautiful execution coming through from Umbra. But of course, we got to take a look at our match rankings to see how many points these beasts were able to bring in. And by these beasts, I'm referring to all the teams because everyone just brought it in this last match.
For sure. And I mean, Umbra, like we said, fantastic performance from them, 2 chicken dinners. But the other teams that you need to keep an eye out on, especially in the finals, I think. G3, definitely a team that I'd be watching. Unique, definitely a team. Cryptics, of course, because they are just head and shoulders above everyone else. Lusail didn't have the greatest of days today, but another team that I'd keep an eye out on. So for me, the top 5 going in. So again, these points don't matter. You just needed to make the top 16. And once you were in the top 16, you made it to finals. But I definitely think if you're a fan of PUBG Mobile, if you want to watch teams that you think could potentially take the finals, those top 5 teams who you are seeing in the top 8 for most of the match rankings, those are the teams you want to keep an eye out on. And of course, one more time, just because we have to say a well done to Mad Knight and SWAT 69. They put up an incredible fight. They had a mountain to climb coming into the final Super Weekend with single digits. But they put up a good show. They were consistent throughout, and it's sad to see them go, but I think that they can hold their heads high.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. They're very satisfying performance coming through from both SWAT and Mad Knight there. And yeah, I mean, they can be proud with what the efforts that they've been able to put in. And I mean, they've worked so hard in the final week of league play to get themselves into the Super Weekend. But as you said, there was quite a bit of a mountain to climb, and they did put in some really strong efforts. But now, of course, it is time to have a look at the overall rank. As we can see, Cryptics sitting on 581 points. Absolutely insane. Of course, G3 breaking into the 400, sitting on 416 points. Team Umbra only 4 points away from joining that 400 club with that last performance we saw coming in on Erangel, just being so beautiful. Of course, the 2 winner chicken dinners there alongside their names. But still, I mean, looking at this first page, some really satisfying numbers right here.
And this, of course, is your 16 teams that are going to be making it into the finals for PMPL Africa 2022, the first one that we get to see. Team Unique, Slime 4KT, Super Young Stars, Darkness, Virtual Gaming, Intruder Africa, Triple Esports, and Masters Esports will join the other 8 teams that you saw to compete for those incredible prizes. And what a show they have put on in the Super Weekend. The 3 teams, though, that unfortunately won't be joining us for the finals, YONKOUS, SWAT 69, and Mad Knight, they fall away. But without a doubt, those top 16 teams, they are going to put on one massive show for you as they move into the grand finals.
Yeah, it is going to be a very entertaining, few days of the finals to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. As we know, moving into the finals, all the points get reset, right? They all start back from scratch. Everything gets dialed right back down to 0, and they have to work their way through it once again. But what's different this time around is, as we saw on the format graphic not so long ago, it is going to be 6 matches that they are going to be playing throughout each single day. So it is, of course, also going to be 3 days of gameplay, so 18 days for teams to just try and rake in those points and push themselves as far up that leaderboard as they can.
For sure. I know it's obviously now the opportunity comes in to win that cash money, because that's what they're playing for. You needed to get into the finals to get your hands on the prize pool. And now that you're in the finals, where you finish after those days will determine how much money you get to take home. So it's all to play for. And for us watching at home, the best part is we get to see the best PUBG Mobile Africa teams battle it out in the first ever PMPL Africa 2022. So that right there is going to be the highlight. Everyone wins except 15 other teams. But I mean, there you go.
Yeah, indeed, that is going to be the situation. But, once again, we just want to congratulate all the teams. You guys have been playing some absolutely astounding plays here. I mean, it was so entertaining to watch everyone go at it. And I got to say, big thank you to everyone, all the teams, for stepping it up in this last match, right? Kicking it off with such a banger. I mean, it could have gone a completely different way, but they all chose to just get aggressive and just play insane game, and that is exactly what we got. So much love going out to all these teams. You guys are absolute legends, and we look forward to seeing our top 16 teams moving into the finals. As you said there, Sam, it is going to be, I think it's going to be one for the books. But of course, speaking about one for the books, we also got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Sam, any final words you want to say?
It's been an absolute blast being here for PMPL Africa. I do want to have a little giggle. I think today, every final fight, I called the winner, so I'm rather excited about that. Maybe there's a future for me in commentating PUBG Mobile. It's one day. Tomorrow it will not happen, and there we go. But it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm so excited to watch the finals as a fan, and I'm so excited to watch the growth of PUBG Mobile Africa. Thank you so much, DK, for joining me and letting me join you here. I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, thank you also so much for joining me on the desk. It was an absolute blast to have you right here. But of course, with that, sadly, we are going to be coming to the end of the activities here for today. We know tomorrow is going to be final, so I hope you guys get enough rest in, because tomorrow is going to be an absolute insane day with all the teams just popping off and going absolutely crazy. But once again, much love going out to all of you. Thank you so much for joining in. The teams, you guys are absolute legends. Sam, once again, thank you so much. And with that, guys, have a great evening. See you all back on the next one.